The quarters gave us banger matches from undeniable talent, but now the upcoming matches start. Welcome to the Reloader as Empress Cup, where the best face off for regional awards. Stakes are massive, precious ever rising, and every round will be the one that changes everything. Good evening, everyone. I'm Diggsy K, and alongside me tonight is the ever a must not miss so far. But Chiba, do you think the best is still yet to come?
Oh yeah, no doubt, for sure. I mean, this time we're getting into the stage where we're starting to find out which our main favorites are. We have the things on paper, right? We know some teams that are the strongest GC teams in this region and obviously in this tournament in terms of that, right? With this matchup being Asterisk against Sirens, we know a lot of things about Asterisk in particular. They are a very noteworthy team, and generally speaking, a noteworthy org in this tournament history as well in this region. They are one of the strongest GC teams that we have around, and I think that they are the favorites going into this match, but Sirens are still a very formidable squad, very similar results in their pre-matchup, so there's a good chance this could be close, and the winner of this effectively guarantees himself top 3 in this tournament. So this is a serious match to talk about, very high stakes. If you get this done, not only do you guarantee yourself a chance to be the first seed in the grand final, but you are also guaranteed podium straight away from silverware if you win this match. So they need to really look in for this one. It really matters.
Well, that might actually be the massive case as well. As you mentioned before, Sirens were definitely the ones that gave out a showing in regards to their matchup against, I believe the team was Stinky Twinkies. I'm still wrapping my head around that part in the previous matches. But in regards to Asterisk as well, as you said before, the more well-known team in this tournament so far. So it is going to be a lot of rounds that's going to be traded back and forth. Major like a Titan versus Giants vibes, not right? So it's going to be interesting in regards to how everything just plays out, because you did have the cases of where I believe both teams were pretty much just uncontested in some of these maps. Particularly the 4 would be the Sirens versus Stinky Twinkies, where it was not just plays that just shown around. Yes, their battle in Ascent was a bit more closer and a bit more well fought out, but as soon as it came to map 2, which I believe was at Lotus, and then it just became around like a bit of a more of a massive slugfest for Sirens, where it just became around, I think, like 13-2, 13-3 at that point. But what I'm expecting now is a really huge, massive, I guess, more contested ones, and it's going to be down to, I believe, like stamina for me, and brain power, mental of both of these teams, on how they execute protocol. I'll say masterful, like how they mentally do their defaults right.
Yeah, I mean, it adds to experience as well. Just, can you hear me, Dixie, just to make sure we don't have any
yes,
more?
Sir, yes, sir, I do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's important to also note the experience, right? We again said that Asterisk are a very strong team. They also have played them all. What's really interesting to me is that one of the maps that hopefully we'll be seeing which is very popular generally here, is the Lotus. Both these guys played there last time, and they both won their Lotus maps very dominantly, both 13-4 respectively. So that's a really interesting dichotomy, and I'm also curious about the compositions, because although we see the results, we've not actually been able to look into the data of what these teams play. A couple comps that we can see here and there, most notably we have on Sirens' Lotus composition, and the Haven composition for Asterisk. But aside from that, we do not have a lot of info on these teams. We don't know what rosters they pick, and I think that's going to be really interesting. Are we going to be seeing the very traditional metas that is very common of tier 3 teams, where it's not as experimental, it's very comfortable? Or are we going to be even seeing something that's out of the blue, like a double duelist? That's something that we saw quite a bit in the last match between Sirens and 1HP, even though there are no these teams in this event that are currently in this match, it's important to know that if you're extra comfy, we can get into that. But hey, speaking of map picks, we can get into the veto very, very soon. I'm going to be assuming that Lotus is going to be somewhere, and that will be the case. Lotus is going to be picked from Asterisk, with Siren picking the attack first. Ascent, Sunset start those bans, and we're going to be seeing Haven, Lotus. I think these two maps for the first two are the one that you can imagine. What I'm very excited to see is that Abyss Decider. We don't see Abyss too often. Teams in high level don't like Abyss, but we're seeing it around. No corrode this time, no Ascent. It's going to be the Abyss to be the super exciting if we get into that map 3.
I love me a good Lotus map, right? I love me a good Lotus match. It is one of the staple ones in OCE in the region that I usually cover. But again, there's something in the water in regards to South Asia and their three-sided maps, right? They seem to have more liking in regards to at least for what I've seen so far. It's a lot of these are the three-sided maps because a lot of things can happen in regards to it. There's a lot of options on how you want to activate your defaults. There's a lot of protocols that you can use to where do you want to go. Are you going to be faking it? Are you going to be executing it straight off the bat? Are you going to run the clock? Are you just going to be very scrappy with it? And definitely these three-sided maps are just the catalyst for just either really fast Valorant or just a really slow methodical play that's going to be going forth. My options so far, from what I can tell, is going to be, as you said before, it is going to be the Abyss, right? And it's there's nothing that says like really high caliber Valorant than people just watching their steps essentially.
Yeah, Abyss is like the very big excitement mark. Or like for these other two maps, it's going to be a lot easier to tell what's going to happen. We haven't seen Abyss for a good while. I believe I might be wrong on this. I need a little correction if you know it, Diggsy. But I believe the last time we actually saw Abyss in competitive rotation was last year at Champs. So you know, maybe there was another point before, very early on, maybe around kickoff time. But aside from that, we have not seen Abyss for a very long time. It has definitely not been around for the last two splits of the competitive. So here now is going to be really interesting. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing any experimentation from these teams on the Abyss, and that's going to be really interesting. But of course, we're going to have to wait and see if they can both win their respective picks first, right? And I think it's going to be a lot more predictable. They're both the maps, but I think they still both have very different specific objectives. Lotus is a very space-taking heavy map. If you're on the defense, you are going to be battling for those choke points, especially on CNA. It's almost a tale as old as time with this Lotus, right? It's also very rotation. C and B rotations are very common into this. You can go very fast through that. With Haven, it's a little different. It is a duality type of pacing, where you either go very quick or very slow and methodical. It's a strong map that involves a lot of stronging and holding impressive angles, and depending on what agents we see picked into this, it can be even more abusive depending on what you like to run. Oftentimes you see the Jet, and sometimes you can see the Chamber coming as an off medic for this map, and considering that we've seen Sirens run the Chamber on their Lotus, we could see that in Haven, and if that's the case, that's exciting. But for I expect a very traditional comp. This is one of those maps that they've played before in their previous series, especially in their last matches within Challengers or another tournament we saw not too long ago from this team, and they did run a very standard double initiator comp. But with that being said, we're going to be ready to start into our Haven. Our players are ready. The series to begin. So let's get started with switch to Haven into what next, because I am so curious to see what happens here. Because Haven, that way you can see different options with some roles and others way too clear, and that is going to be an agent that I am happy to see picked. It's going to be the Neon form role. But aside from that, very standard. Everything else is exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah, in terms of preferability, we've always just been seeing a lot of ciphers in general, but these both of these teams are going to be opting for the Bridge Killjoy duo. Apart from like what you said, use your standard Sova and Omen, right? But the one that's interesting about these team comps that I've seen so far is going to be that duelist, because you already see with the Neon pick itself, you can already see what playstyle Sirens will be opting for, and the same thing as Asterisks as well. You might have to see the executes be more tight knit, whereas Sirens has the chance to actually have a chance to just go yo-yo for their duelists, right? They can have the Neon just have one pick and then just go back and do the same thing again, but this time in a much more group setting. From what I can picture, these plays can go by, but again, a lot of options, because this is a three-sided map here up in Haven. I can't wait. I am currently just on the edge of my seat, just thinking about how these rounds will actually be going. Will it be a back and forth? Will it be just one-sided for this series? I just can't wait. I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think it out. We know a lot of things about Asterisk, who are very, very strong, a very tenured organization, let alone their own. They're very much up there in the game changer scene for this region. So, with that being said, we're getting into it, and it's already a pretty aggressive start going into this. There's already a kill dropped out through mid.
Ravenclaw and Ashreya going to be down for that fight, and then that's going to be down to a 3v2, 1 minute and 19 remaining on the clock. Equalizing it out, though, will be Natural on towards Amy. Tanisha going to be going down, but Casper towards the double kill over there, and that is going to be the pistol going to be swept away by Asterisk. Straight away, it was just very clustered ever since the peak towards Ravenclaw Garden side. That pretty much just executed Amy. Tanisha going to be going down, but Casper.
Yeah, that was a British change replay. I don't know what's going on there. No, what was happening with the replay? I don't know what went on there for a moment. But listen, it ended almost as quick as it started. Both teams kind of had a similar idea of going with the mid push, and it's already a switch straight away into a different idea. Now that we know that Astra's taken that opening round, you have a lot more of a hold onto those longer angles, and generally speaking, you wouldn't want to go around C, especially with the threat of that outlaw being around here. Elo and Twirly kind of holding together in this longer area, but that smoke being put up early adds a lot of pressure for Astra to prioritize that rotation. You can already see the breach that's rotating out to help Amy on this Killjoy, because this Neon from Ravenclaw is really, really lethal, especially. I think that's the difference you're going to be seeing here. It's going to be much more difficult to fully execute, but much more lethal if done right for Sirens on this Neon. And you're already seeing an early engage, but with that stun missing, it's a big error there from Ravenclaw, and she's going to go down first.
Give me already a 5v4. Amy getting a really good shot there on towards that Neon. Not going to be having a single duelist attacking for this round. Meow, though, does end up having Nicole as well. And that's another one for Amy. For Casper and for Twirly as well. Eco goes towards Asterisks. Despite being a very tight-knit C execute, it was just one after the other. It's like throwing pebbles out of nowhere and seeing if something hits. And again, Sirens need to be much more concise about that.
It was just a strong, fast retake there from Asterisk. There's not really much else you can do about it. With this inferior weaponry being shown, you need to try and take a little bit more space, but it felt like Sirens were sticking around on the site, and the open areas a little bit too long. I think maybe aggressing a little further, try and take those close quarters combat opportunities would have been a better idea. But with that, it's a really clean 2-0 start here for Asterisk, no significant losses. And unfortunately, it's partly due to that miss on the set to not really enable Ravenclaw as you'd want to. And that's what one of the things that we were talking about here. Jet's a bit more of an independent, and it makes hacking on this much more difficult. And the stun for Ravenclaw it's not going to land any kills, and it's going to give Asterisk a good amount of time to back away and again opting for a retake. But this time the full utility is in the hands here of Sirens, and so it's going to be whether or not Asterisk is going to be able to outplay this with just the seat of that pants, just by the brain here.
Oh, Amy with the first shot in this round already. That Jet also being able to capitalize on everything so far. And just like that, blink and you miss it, and it's already a 5v2. Asterisk. Wow. Almost flawless with it, but again, we're starting to see why they're the more prominent team that we have been seeing around globally. And again, it's starting to show. You just blink and you miss it, and that was just a very, very solid anti-execute that was performed by them. Yes, Ravenclaw was able to gather a lot of space with that dark cover timing, but ever since that dark cover just dispersed from the attacker's side, it was just starting to just falter from the teams of Sirens pretty much. And I think it's just down to the amount of angles that they currently had to cover due to it being a 5v5. And as soon as Amy just got the first shot, it was just downhill from there.
It just feels like at the moment Asterisk are able to play logistically and punish a lot of the tiny mistakes that Sirens are making. And that's currently seemingly the aim of the game right now, where Sirens are a little bit more scattered. It's been the same story for the last couple of rounds, where you've seen Sirens get in, get the entry, but not really get any kills. Asterisk have been very disciplined in themselves, right? The Killjoy of Asterisk able to back away at the right time when they need to, and Sirens then, once they get the spike down, they don't really know how else to handle this. And once that plant is in, once the smoke is down space, Asterisk just know how to play together and even use their inferior weapons to win. You had that early pick with the Outlaw and the Guardian, and you can't really be losing those fights if you know you can take loads of space, especially considering that not a lot of damage was dealt to you, enough to really warrant the way that you're positioning yourself, right? With this, you can't really be holding if you know they still have that Outlaw around. They were flawed in that second round, and so you're still going to have to try and abuse your weaponry. You can't do that if your Sirens just sticking around on the site. It has to be a bit more aggressive. It has to be more focused on that cross, kind of guaranteeing yourself at least a trade at minimum, right? As is just right now proving a very well synergized team, very well disciplined, and able to outplay, kind of strategize the Sirens team when it comes to those retakes.
Hey, Casper has yet to die as well in this map so far. Amy has always just been the catalyst in this C-side defense, but we'll have to see if it is going to be another push up here by Ravenclaw. Is it going to be a commit towards past the dark cover? And that will be a sounding yes, but Elu doesn't go in for a trade, making it a 4v4 just with 1 minute remaining on the clock. Elu starting to just go in for a check on towards Garage.
This cross is
Might
huge.
be able to come in for a pinch here. And Sherelle does find Casper. That would be the first death, and that is Tanisha finding a good play on towards that Jet. Sirens showing some signs of life here. A 3v1. It's going to be down to Twirly, and that is going to be a chicken death by Shareya on towards that Omen. And just like that, Sirens finally have a round on their board.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, man. This is the kind of play that you want to get set up here. If you're Sirens, go crosses and going for those rats is going to really help. First time it succeeded, so me just going to be a bit more aware of it in the future. But that's still a great start. Getting a big thrifty into that is really, really big. It stops any significant momentum. Going 4-0 down at the start is obviously never going to be ideal in this situation. But now, finally, Asterisk have lost a little bit of money. And this next buy round coming in, both teams hopefully being able to be fully invested in their weaponry. This is a round that's going to be very important for the momentum of the map here. Sirens winning this is going to be able to flip the script and maybe make this an start to this half. But I know Asterisk are not willing to let that go. Casper 5-1 in this map. A pretty strong kill-death ratio to start this off.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have to be this round for it to continue. Otherwise, Sirens are going to be able to get away with it.
After what it felt like banging against the wall insanity, right? Sirens finally managed to get a successful C-side push and a round for them to win. But right now, they're currently just positioning the spike and getting a lot of information. Amy really gotten far deep into peeking into peeking out of garage as well, because that was going to be huge. But again, it's just a little bit more. It's going to be a double agent attacker towards garage, coming in towards that swing. The breach flash going to be used. That is one breach flash down. One dark cover being used as well for the defensive side. But it's starting to get a bit more slow here. The execute should start now because there's only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And a Ravenclaw, it's down to 27 HP. Getting a lot of information on where
there's not a lot of time.
Go. Yeah, 8 seconds. Going in for that plant, 4-3, and just in a time. 5v4. One defender, player down. It's going to be an interesting slot.
I believe she still has her stun open as well. This might be able to help. How comes that fault line to slow things down a little bit? That aftershock is actually going to catch out the free from under. And so this is going to make things a little bit scary here for Asterisk. Gives the position away, and the swing there is going to really sting for Asterisk, because it's just Meow alone with the operator, and they're not going to let them ever take that away from them. That's going to be an invaluable to be keeping around, and you're seeing it attempt Sirens to take it away from her, but I don't think she's going to give them an inch here. A little bit of damage taken, and a little bit of some warning shot on the operator, but it seems to be that op save there. Again, initially, I was a little bit frightened on what Sirens exactly was doing there. It seemed like a fake where the lurker, which is not usually what I would see. More often than not, you'd have that neon kind of be the faker for the initiation, but this time instead it was the other way around. But Ravenclaw still did her job pretty well there, taking enough space to put pressure to back away a little bit. And Shreya, a good opening pick there, gave big numbers to what is a really difficult retake for Asterisk. So good stuff here from Sirens. Now Asterisk are going to be on the back foot financially.
Yeah, it's just the amount of the players that were just down as well. They did manage to put up a good fight towards those exit flanks, care of that operator. But gonna have to see if it'll be able to come into fruition once again. C site must be the favorite site for both of these teams, especially the attacker side for Sirens right now. But again, good old massive execute towards garage. Amy takes down for Ravenclaw. Starting to stand their ground. Twirly coming in for Tanisha as well. Nicole catching Amy mid, reload, and it's not going to be a 2v2. 52 seconds remaining on the clock. Spike has not been planted yet. Does have to get picked up though. But Drone is going to spot out where the rest of these two players are currently positioned. And it's not just starting to become through. Casper starting to swing on towards garage. Starts to find Shreya. It might be another one as well. Wow. Natural going to be the one in trouble as Elu does find that op shot. And Asterisk back on the board after that 2-round win streak by Sirens.
Well played there from Casper. I think you initially know from Sirens, like, hey, we got this 2v2 in right now, we need to get the plant in. And I think when you have a general idea of one or the other, if you know you have better control of garage, after that plant's down, the double swing should have been an idea. It more felt like a bit of individual plays. You notice as well a little bit of an error from some of the individuals with that swing on towards shooting there for Ravenclaw to not punish, and in turn she gets herself stunned and she gets herself killed because of that. But thankfully it doesn't really mean too much for Sirens, right? You still had that fight afterwards. It was just that 2v2 that didn't really pay off, right? Once Casper gets that pick, she knows for a fact she can just back away, force the paranoia to ensue, and then get that strike from Elu. But speaking of Elu, an opening pick from her on that operator, but will be traded very quickly there from Natural. So it's going to be back to even grounds. That operator is in jeopardy there, and that's going to relieve a lot of pressure here for Sirens if they want to rotate to a different area like C long or B. Oh, Casper, what a shot! Surgical, 9-2 at the moment she is.
I mean, Ravenclaw starting to just push up towards B side, maybe trying to find a lot that they can just get a pick from. Oh, it does have a good shot on Twirly there, but just the Omen is just going to be very quick with it. But 55 seconds remaining on the clock now. It's at a 4v2. Still, Spike is currently just being wandered off towards B side, probably edging it towards Garage. But again, it's going to be a tricky one onto these extremities when you don't have vision blockers. And it's much trickier as well when you're just running it a two-man squad. But Natural going to be finding it on Twirly, making it much more easier for this attacker's side to plant. But now it's going to be down to a post plant scenario for these three players. Amy does find Natural to start it off, and Sharia is going to be down as well after that massive trade. But still, Asterisk, very convincing and very concise in what they wanted to do here after those like early picks, and starting to show massive growth in regards to how fast they want to adjust things right now. Now that the rounds start to just keep ramping up and ramping up, but Sirens going to be in a really huge deficit here, and possibly a lot to work with if they don't show up in towards this attacking side.
It's a decent attempt there from Sirens, and when you're down by 2, I think the attempt from Ravenclaw to try and isolate and go for a pick was a little overzealous, right? You'd kind of hope that you'd want to abuse a peek coming out, but going in yourself and hoping that you can just win a 1v1 off a whim is really risky. Brave, very admirable, but you know, more often than not, it won't work out against a team like Asterisk. And so I wonder if Sirens are going to be slightly planted, especially after knowing that they've stalled that defuse to get that operator back in the hands there of Elu. And when you know that operator's in play, you got to be a little bit scary, especially from the main duelist 5 Asterisk.
They already know that it is going to be a Garage as well, in regards to just pushing it and finding a lot of info.
Elu!
Elu does find almost got a collateral there, but it's gonna be stunned left, right, and center. You're gonna be facing the music real quick, but the amount of support that they currently have at the moment with Casper on towards that shotgun. Twirly having a triple kill towards that side. Tanisha with a double for themselves, and that Quadra coming in for war. This Omen on towards Asterisk is really, really huge, making it a 6-2 now for the side of Asterisk. Just as you thought, you got the operator agent cornered. Come in the rest of the squad and defender's side, just ready to just push through. Back it up.
No hesitation from Twirly there, going through from that rotation up from long to massively punish Sirens. They were getting pincered really badly, and Twirly was at the right place at the right time. You notice that, I mean, Elu, just such insane bravery, and even then, missing 2 shots, getting stunned, getting so much trouble, still keeps Percy off her team. And this is what makes Asterisk liars in this tournament so far, as Meow will just take a 1v2 like it's nothing. And a good trade there. Treya again, a much more lethal member of the squad, but still a much more promise. Very quick 4v1. In the blink of an eye, this thrifty effort has been out here from Asterisk. It's been pretty sudden and abrupt. I didn't even get a chance to switch it down, but I mean, the support that we've seen from Asterisk has been really, really strong. And you've seen some good attempts from Sirens to add on that support themselves. It's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes it lands, sometimes it doesn't. But for Asterisk, it feels much more consistent. You have a lot more instances of trading. You have more times of playing together. You've had really good examples of the round before, for example, of Casper using the Hunter's Fury to back up Ellie when she's getting pincered through Garage. This is what's making the difference right now. This is why Asterisk are playing so well and are so far ahead in this map.
Well, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe questionable, but in the end of the day, it's definitely how this defender side just very fully aware on how this attacker side of Sirens just starts swinging. Ravenclaw is just being caught out left, right, and center with this Neon. It seems to be that it is going to be a really huge slide, but not very effective enough, and that is certainly the case there as Amy does find the opening shot, but both lockdowns going to be spent here for both of these teams. Elu does find Shreya as well, making it a 5v4. The rest of the squad just scatter away from these lockdowns. But again, it's now down to an equal round. Meow going to be using that rolling thunder to start it all off for the side of Asterisk. Defuse coming in towards that really secured plant spot, and that's like that. Natural with the triple K as well, and double K for that breach.
They stuck defused.
No way!
They got it!
Actually stuck the defuse after the Hunter's Fury, just tanking it all up.
You gotta be kidding! Oh no, Sirens, you had it all, man! You had everything! You got this opening pick from Nicole, insane 2k off the double swing. Then you had the Hunter's Fury being thrown out to been whiffed. Because Elu, just the last second, holds on and gets that last tick on the defusal to still give Asterisk the win. Even though Sirens effectively had a close team wipe there. And it's not going to stop. Asterisk are stomping on the misery that was that last loss. Because they're just pushing in and claiming the space. There's 4 members of Sirens here, and they're not able to claim this further space up from A main.
Just again, Twirly with that first shot on towards that Neon. Ravenclaw is not getting a break here. There needs to be something that changes for the Neon as well, but enough of that. 1 minute remaining on the clock, though. It's going to be down to Sirens on where they want to relocate this spike plant. Casper does find a good spot towards droning, but still, that Silva's currently lurking behind to just watch the flank real quick. But 41 seconds remaining on the clock. It is going to be a Hail Mary of an execute here for the plant, for Sirens as well.
30 seconds left.
It's a lot of back and forth. It's just they can't commit as much, and the time is currently just not on their favor right now. 20 seconds, 19 seconds for Siren to actually just pop the gas up.
Wait,
but they're currently just on the shift mode at the moment.
You've only got 12 seconds. Where's the plan? Is there going to be time here? There's only 5 seconds. Do they make it? Oh my god, by the skin of their teeth, they do,
really
but now
forcing it
gonna
right
apply
now.
that pressure.
Just enough time to go in for that plant. Post-plant scenario now activated for Asterisk in just milliseconds. Casper, Meow, and finding their shots. Shreya does find one and the second. A huge one for the third onto Elu. It's going to be a massive defuse, and it's down to the half, and Amy shuts it all down after a massive 3k. Asterisk, despite being run down the clock and being caught out of nowhere,
in the half,
still onto it, making it a 9-2.
What an admirable attempt there from Shreya later down the line. And I think the stalling part made Siren so panicked and unsure how to handle that. You noticed that as they were going through, they were trying to capitalize off of any kind of picks they can get to even the numbers before they make the choice on their execute. But instead they decided, hey, let's just try and focus on a diversion. Let's hope through it worked out, but at what cost? You had no time to lock in a post-plant strategy there, and that just gave Asterisk a free reign to just oppress you through that pressure. And speaking of oppression, Ravenclaw running out with no mercy will take Amy, but Amy and the Lon there will get the revenge and avenge their rightful owner, and so it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. But I think this favors Asterisk quite a bit here. You don't really chance from that Killjoy 17 utility that's already been used, and so with a lot of ultimates on hand as well, like the Hunter's Fury, pretty scary, as it's going to be thrown out here to apply loads of extra pressure. That's instantly 2 members taken away.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury killed there onto Casper. Meow does get one of their own as well. Now it's going to be the Twirly show, finding Tiffany and a 1 for Casper just to finish it all off. It's going to be a 10-2 towards this final round in this first half. Again, it was really huge there when Ravenclaw just started to get a pick on Amy, meaning C is free real estate. But as you mentioned before, everything that Amy needed to be done in terms of the utility, in terms of a way to just stall, it came through fruition as well. And with that kill onto Ravenclaw with that nano swarm, it was really huge. But that's the first half. We're now down to the second,
It's now going to be down to Asterisk to be on the attacker's side. They don't have much to work with in regards of errors, right? But they only just need 3 to get into 3 rounds to take Haven as well. But this is going to be a huge one.
This is going to be a very quick attempt at Seaside execute here from Asterisk, and it's already Elu to spill first blood. Playing with no mercy, and they're going full into it, but Nisha Paranoia could make a lot of value out of it, but she's not really got a team with her, and that's going to be huge capitalized on from Asterisk. I mean, you got Naturel managing to win the fight on the Lurker, but it's a 4 versus 2, post-plant 10-2. There's a lot of pressure that you got to be cleaning up, and there's not really much else you can do from just hope. You still got Tolly with that paranoia too, if she chooses to be more reserved to it, but she won't. She will fall, and that might be the opening that Sirens need.
Oh, huge kill to start off by Naturel there. Flash going to be coming towards that side, but Meow really focused on just holding that angle onto the kill towards Naturel, and that's 3k now for this breach. Just as we predicted before, Asterisk is just really running with it right now with that pistol win. It is going to be it's going to be a hard landslide, right? But with at least the buy-ups for the upcoming round for Asterisk. Look at those shots. It was just, look at those angles. They just couldn't do anything there. They just had to just push up for a Hail Mary in regards to the post plant's Siren side. The defensive is just really tricky with it as well, but it's gonna be...
Yeah. Honestly, I think the timing of the flash was just a little bit too late. Had it been earlier, it could have been way better. I mean, somehow Amy with a ghost is still so brave enough to just go into those fights. It's when we're still not choosing to buy any better weapon, still fearless in that.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to the gun round to just finish it all off, probably. But Twirly does get a second kill on towards the third, and it's just going to be down to Shreya on how they want to play this. It is a really huge, tall task to ask, but it was possible, quite possible before. Might be the case right now.
1v5 to sting out.
Facing music,
sure.
It's going to be facing utilities, and it is going to be bullets hell as Twirly finds the Quadra, the 4th kill of this round, making it a 12-2. Blink and you miss it. Asterisk now at match point.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong emphasis on the differences that we're seeing between both of these teams. Sirens, I feel like, honestly, they should be swapping comps, because I feel like Asterisk with a Neon could actually be really bloody good if Elu knows how to that, because these guys seem so synergized compared to Sirens. Sirens are a lot more independent. They seem to be playing amongst their duos here and there. Asterisk are playing very synergistically, very much as a core. And I think that's the big difference maker that we're seeing here. A good attempt at aggression here to take that early C-long space. And you've already got 2 members here in the back lines. But Amy is the guardian of the back lines here. Alongside Twirly, we'll just grab 2. A third coming in as well. This just really well over in the blink of an eye, Dixie. It's just one left. It's just Shreya with a Bucky.
Shreya does find one. Oh, going in for that swing. But Amy ends it all up with a triple kill. Asterisk staking their claim and just showing why they're the ones to fear in this tournament. Ending it in a 13-2 is borderline criminal now at this point. But again, a really massive shout out to Asterisk for taking that map. We're now going to be heading in towards map 2 and towards Lotus. And if we're going to be seeing the same rounds that we've been seeing in Haven so far, Sirens might be in a little bit of really huge trouble here.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about how Sirens are going to be able to deal with Asterisk, because I feel like individually they definitely are really solid. I think we have to give big kudos to players like Shreya and Nicole, who in many instances played very well individually to get those kills needed. But in terms of that synergistically, in terms of being able to enable your duelists and play together as a core, Asterisk were seriously wiping the floor with Sirens. I mean, you saw so many instances, especially on that attack, on those retakes, where they really got the tempo right, they got the timings right. It could be a matter of just how long they've practiced together. These guys have played for a long time together, several months at least. pretty sure they played for quite a bit longer aside from that too. So, you know, if there was anything to credit that, it's definitely the ability to play together. But there were moments of brilliance there from Sirens. It just, when it comes to closing the rounds, when it comes to ending the rounds, they couldn't do it. They could barely do it. Only one or two rounds won. One courtesy of a real kind of rat-based bait and switch thrifty, and another one to being just a generally solid attack to disable that retake on A. But aside from that, Sirens have been kind of paved over him at Asterisk, and like we said, that's purely from just how much better Asterisk are in terms of playing together in those team fight situations, like the retake, like the strong entries. Usually the difference between these two comps is that Jet is a bit more of an independent agent. You can kind of run her on your own here and there. You don't have to worry too much about working hardly with your team. On the other side, for Sirens' comp with the Neon, it's very different. You need strong foundation to back up your Neon. So many moments in that attack side for Sirens, Neon was just completely alone and isolated. Almost like they were the lurker, like they were the Interlock Rainer, sometimes seeing them lurk on their own. You can't have that when you're as the team. Sirens in the right call with that strategy. You need to have her be able to be this massive force that is impossible to kill, courtesy of your flurry, synergized utility that is used on the site. Basically force your way in, shoehorn your way, and guarantee victory that way, right? It wasn't Sirens, and Asterisk knew that so well. They dominated really well, and that's how they won this map in such a good fashion. I mean, Haven clearly belonged to Asterisk, and with the next map being the pick of Sirens, we could see some more hope here. Hopefully things could change, and yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be switching to a break yet, or if we're going to be seeing statistics first, but are there any other individuals here, Diggsy, that you say you'd credit particularly in this map?
Well, we said it before round one even started, right? We were already trying to speculate on what the team play would be for both of these teams. As was said before, Asterisk were much more concise and were much more down packed in regards to how they want to either defend the site or either attack the site. In regards to how Sirens played their attack in particular, I did mention about the yo-yo, how they want to just like put a Neon out, grab a pick, and go back. But in most of these cases, Amy was just there, especially on that C side, to just not allow the yo-yo to not come back, essentially, right? So yeah. Again, it was down to either you back the Neon up properly before a slide comes in, or it's just the timing of these flashes were a little bit off. Maybe the drone was not being utilized properly in regards to building up a proper duelist execute in the form of Neon. But even if that's the case, then why pick the Neon, right? It just Asterisk really just played a really tight defense, especially with aim played their killjoy. They were not committed. They didn't stand their ground. They assessed the situation. They figured out that it was usually probably a multi-man every single time that you hear some footsteps, and then they decide to come back. And as soon as Ravenclaw just start to go in for that slide, and that animation already just finishes up, they were already primed for a really good headshot by the time the channel was already over, and just like that, you're already down to like 4, sometimes like a 3v5 already.
Yeah, one thing I also would want to credit to Asterisk, especially on Amy in particular, very strong discipline individually, right? They're not overly greeting, they're not playing too incompetently, they're not risking these one-on-one fights. Maybe 1 or 2 times here and there you'd see Twirly kind of go on a tear, but every time she did that with a Guardian in hand, she kind of slayed, so I can't really say much about that, you know? Another credit I have to give is Casper, highest KDAs in this map, and incredible work with their utility. Their Hunter's Furies were really solid, especially thwarting one of the few really strong explosives made from Sirens through that garage insight. That excellently done from her. I'd say big credit to Casper, big credit to Amy for holding the fort and knowing when to back away and let her team join her for the retake. That, I'd say, was the big thing that gave Asterisk such a great start going into the series, that carried that momentum and gave them the confidence knowing that, hey, we are able to play this together. These guys are disciplined, they go one-on-ones, they play alone, we can punish that, and they did. They really, really did. So good read on the game, and I think that's the reason how they won this. I mean, Sirens had a few too many moments. They were going too long on their own. They were going too quickly going into those one-on-ones. They were too split. They couldn't get the timings right, and they practically sometimes just walked in. They stepped into Asterisk's parlor and just got punished. There's nothing else you can really do about that, unfortunately. For Lotus, the pacing is going to be changing. Sirens did like to go on individual rundown sometimes. This Ravenclaw that we saw on the Neon. Neon could be picked up for the Lotus, but I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing the Rays instead. We'll have to wait and see how that will turn out. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we'll to switch it back here. We'll be gone very shortly. We'll be back after the break for Lotus on map 2. Sirens' pick. Maybe this time, different story.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming, we live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming, we live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
We just had a huge map one, and it was definitely a landslide win by Asterisk. Welcome back, everyone, to the Reloader Ascent Empress Cup. My name is Dixie K, and currently with me is the one and only very analytical Shiba. Again, my friend, it was just there was just a lot to unpack in regards to how Sirens needed to play that Haven map as well, right?
Yeah, I think there's a little less to be desired, unfortunately, there. But I'm hoping that Lotus might be able to see a bit of a change there, because it's a bit of a different map. You still require a lot of combat, a lot of different strategies, but it still requires aggression, right? And Sirens were definitely aggressive. They weren't too passive. They weren't really unable to willingly take fights. It was more just so the synergistics were not really in their favor. And I mean, for Asterisk, this does make you think, okay, Asterisk are really, really good. How are you going to be able to handle this? How will you play against this? Is there going to be a difference in strategy? Are you going to be passing roles? Are you going to be changing anything like that? Because Asterisk right now look very, very strong. And they're proving why they are the favorites in this region. We were talking about... This is one of the best GC teams in the region. You know, like, this isn't like a pretty decent team or like an okay tier 3 team or a good team for this tournament. This is one of the best GC teams in the region, so you have to be thinking about that, and you're like, okay, how do we fare against this? Is there any way we can counteract this? They had some good moments, and for me, I'm thinking we're going to be seeing the Shreya Chamber again, and that's what I think is what we're going to be seeing as a salvation for Sirens. Here's how Sirens can win. They put Shreya on the Chamber, and we'll see that hopefully popped in, because last time Sirens played Lotus, it was that similar composition. It was, I'm going to quickly just double check the notes that I had. Yeah, they had a double Initiator with Raze Omen Chamber, and having no hard Anchor Sentinel is, generally speaking, okay, as long as more often than not you run double controller. But having no Senti without double controller is a very type of composition. You're going to be forcing yourself to go into a lot of space, because if you just let them take the sites, you're cooked. You can't yourself or peek off of already made space. You have to essentially make that space yourself, and that comes through things like confident players via the Chamber or the Raze. And so that's what I'm expecting here from Sirens. But for Asterisk, no clue, no idea. I have no rosters before. I've not been able to look into it. I haven't seen their history and their customs or their premier games, so it's a very question mark. But knowing how standard and traditional they went with the Haven, I wouldn't be surprised if they just did another typical comp like the Omen, Raze, Fade, either probably Breach as well. We'll have to wait and see, because I mean, so far it doesn't look promising for Sirens here. 13 on map 1, and it's just a devastating win here for us.
Okay, and we're looking at the stats right now as well, right? It's almost like every round, like, it's just really huge picks coming in from the squad of Asterisks. And post-plan scenarios that are being triggered by Sirens are pretty much just like out of desperation. At some point, we've actually seen not even like one, it was probably like a couple rounds where they almost just run down the clock and just it felt like it was just milliseconds away to getting spike planted properly, right? And even with that case, it feels like the rest of the squads of Sirens is just scrambling in terms of where to position, and because by the time that they're probably like mid readjusting in regards to where you want to fight, the defenders are already there, sometimes in even like 5-man or a 4-man squad, just coming at you with utility, with bullets and with sprays. And Sirens just pretty much lost for wear as soon as they just lose 1 or 2 people in their squad.
Yeah, and one thing that I have to give credit for Sirens here is that on their attack rounds, 9 post plants is honestly really solid. That is a really good rate to have. It's just that it seems like Sirens were getting the plant down, getting the site in, but completely unable to handle the retakes that Asterisk were throwing at them. And that is partially courtesy of how well Asterisk did on the retakes, right? But at least there's one positive into that. Their attacks on paper seemed decent. They managed to get that in. They just couldn't get the post plant really able to activate when it mattered. And you saw the MVP screen there for a minute. We didn't mention it for a moment there, but Twirly was the match MVP of that match. I mean, you can also give huge credit to Casper as well. Her and Casper were really, really strong on that map, but Twirly especially, 2.5 KD. And that was mostly courtesy of when you're playing the Guardian. We saw several like 4Ks, 3Ks with just the Guardian alone. This girl's a merchant with that gun, man.
I know. It feels like every round that we've seen so far is just Twirly just being able to reposition their crosshairs, find spots to just. They didn't. I feel like they didn't even dark cover that. They didn't even shadow step that much in regards to just repositioning the agent themselves. It's just proper knowledge on where they could just peek, and sometimes in the case of Sirens as well, they're just two together in regards to readjusting their crosshairs to just it wasn't even that hard at times but again for the case for Twirly as well, it's a really huge one as well. And you did mention our good old Silva player, but I'm keen to mention Amy as well, because a lot of these rounds that were made it easier for these frags to happen for the rest of the team would just be on the first blood that Amy usually gets. As you mentioned before, very disciplined, but that's it. But that's Haven right now. But we're going to be heading in towards Lotus. You did mention before, the Chamber, fingers crossed, might actually rear its ugly head. That might actually be the case, and that might be the caveat that Sirens need in regards to being able to stick together and be able to actually, for a change, get some trades in, right? Because yes, Ravenclaw, we've seen them in towards that Neon on how they played it, with a huge amount of disrespect to what Asterisk could bring as a team, right? And sometimes it does come to fruition. There are some like really majestic first bloods that came out of that, but most of the time, if not all of it, it didn't come with like a really very convincing trade, if I may say.
Yeah, I think just here, if we are going to be seeing that Shreya Chamber, is going to be a lot more favorable for them on the defense, but on the attack, it would really depend. I think it had to be a very much play very slow, but the first strike you go. You know, once you get numbers, you then hit that initiation, because generally speaking, with Lotus on the attack, you want to go all in. You have that one Sensi play on the lurk, but more often than not, that does come with having really strong utility that you can punish off of that flank watch. The trip is good, but not as good as something like a wall or a turret that has way more range, or an alarm bot or something like that, right? And I think that's going to be the scary point there for Sirens on that regard. But generally speaking, I think Chamber's going to be an interesting pick. If Shreya's feeling really confident, I'd love to see her be playing the Chamber. We could even see her be playing the Vice, which, although is a much more standard, much more meta, is going to be much better. It's going to be really good. Am I lagging out, Dixie? Can you hear me clearly? Am I lagging too much?
You are being heard clearly over here, but we are it's all down to speculation, right? But we'll have that that speculation out of the way as we head in towards Agent Select, and we are going to be seeing, yep, it is the chamber.
Ooh. A very different comp here from Sirens, actually. It's gonna be Shreya on the breach and Natural on the Vice here. A lot of role swaps here. The only roles that are the same is on the Rays and Tanisha on the smoke. It's complete this time. That's the one who want to go Neon, and I mean, surprise, surprise. Twirly, the next closest player on their team to the duelist slot, is going to be the one playing that with the Reyna from her as well. The two most lethal members here on Haven are now going to be really enabling themselves here on the Lotus. With Amy on the Chamber, this comp is insanely volatile here from Asterisk. But another thing that also means these guys are confident as hell. This is a massive ego comp, I have to say.
Confident you should be, and that is pretty valid after that 13-2 scoreline, right? But it's there's just scenarios in my head that is just making me cringe. That is it going to be as effective? They are starting on defense as well, but come switch on towards attack, this team comp might actually be going for like running through the hills and be able to just get frags left, right, and center. It's going to be down to Sirens on how they want to play the comp that they currently have at the moment, which is already close to standard, and it's going to be interesting on how they would want to essentially punish this, because they do have a lot of room to play with in regards to just stall with the Vice. And again, we mentioned it before, and we're gonna be definitely seeing a really good head-to-head between Shreya and another one for Casper in there as well.
Yeah, this is a really interesting change in the comps here. Unfortunately, no Shreya Chamber. I'm let down by that. We're not going to be seeing the Chamber Duel coming in, but will be instead Amy taking the reins on that anyway. We're still going to be seeing some Chamber Cinema, hopefully. That being said, Asterisk's composition is just ridiculously confident, and I love to see that. We're going to be seeing some flashy plays, hopefully, and with that being said, some early damage being done around C, but the fighting is continuing on around into B as the door's been triggered, but nothing major spilled yet. No kills, only Amy being tagged just a little bit here.
Well, we do see a DC coming in for a Ravenclaw as well, so they're currently just being stuck towards
are they?
The opening of C at the moment. They didn't take a lot of damage though, but might be able to have a rollback here. But right now, round's currently being played. 45 seconds remaining on the clock right now. The rest of the Siren squad might be able to have a good one for a sight, but Shreya does find Meow.
Go on, man.
Yeah.
Damage on the Asterisk too.
One towards that side. Natural on towards Elu as well. Plant's gonna be coming in through.
Oh, Amy.
Oh, this is gonna
Are
be
you
a
gonna be
huge
able to
one
make
if
something
Amy
with
does
this?
manage to get this. But Twirly
Oh,
finding
Twirly!
the two. And that is going to be down to half HP for both of these players. Both the Neon. Oh, Paranoia coming in through. Just popping out that executes here. And Aftershock coming in. And that's going to be Tanisha. Finding Twirly. 28 HP. And going in for that third kill would be the Omen for Sirens. Showing some really massive stuff here. And the opening of Lotus.
They just want a pistol 5v4. I mean, good on Sirens, man. This is a great start for them. I think it partially came from the discipline that Shreya was having, kind of sticking around as that anchor onto C to keep track of those lurks and be able to join her team when they go onto the B site. It's honestly really, really cool to see that happen regardless. And Ravenclaw is back in the game, which is even better. So they're going to be having that extra numbers advantage going into the buy round, which is exactly what you want. You don't want to be able to lose a great opportunity. As Amy, a chance to fight, but stunned and unable to really do much.
Oh, it's just almost became the first casualty there. But again, it's free real estate towards the C site. as soon as things start to just hit the gas, Natural does find Meow. Nicole on towards Casper. Twirly does find their other duelist as well, but Tanisha coming in for that trade. Amy will be the next one, and it's now going to be down to Elu, who is going to be facing the music on a triple kill there on towards Natural. Sirens in a very convincing 2-0.
No big losses either. Only one onto Ravenclaw, but that wasn't the worst one you had, especially considering that Ravenclaw didn't really buy much in that first round, so not able to really fall or die to anything, so having so a good amount of money around. Not really the worst loss you can have there for Sirens with one going down. Aside from that, it was effectively perfect. And Natural with the 3-piece as well. Honestly, the best agent to have the most kills on in that round. Having that sudden for that initiation is going to be perfect later on into the round. Probably the next round afterwards, assuming that Asterisk will get their foot on the ground and get some momentum with this next buy round. Afterwards, the Seal Guardian could really help. Natural 3 off of it. They could play around focus on a pick, but unfortunately, speaking of picks, Natural is going to be picked up first, so that scenario is not going to be a possibility this round.
Casper and Twirly does have Mound on lockdown at the moment. Siren's not going to be budging towards that side just yet, but Twirly does have the flank and going to be taking Casper with them as well. If Sirens don't hurry in regards to just pushing a site, they might get caught out here on towards that flank, and it is going to be shining in through. Twirly does find Nicole now. That is the go button on towards that flank, and that just like that, rest of the triple squad on towards B going to be punished, and it's going to be down to Tanisha, making it a 1v3.
Gonna be able to grab the Phantom too.
Hard but not impossible, but going to be taking a lot of corner clearing because Spike is really deep in towards B side.
Tanisha definitely has a lot of options here. Grab Spike, get a pick maybe. If you can execute one pick and get out alive, you can maybe grab Orb and then play some serious mind games. But Tanisha's really not got a lot of time.
Indeed.
10 seconds
But this fake on the door, quite amazing here. But Elu's going to be running into it. The smoke gets in the part there. A spam 10 from man. She's going to get the spike down. Save from Tanisha. She made it, but that's a big plant. Needs to keep their economy in check going into round. Asterisk may take it, but you know, losing 2 seeds in the plant really well, Tanisha, honestly.
Why can't I have Tanisha on like my ranked games? Like it's just a dream to have like those like mind plays to just come to fruition, and when you're when you're playing the game, right? But again, it's really massive towards that one. You said before, Cred's going to be very huge here for the side of Sirens, who actually to get a lot of shields and all the rifles down as well. We're going to be heading towards this gun round now. And for round number 4, bonus has been won by Asterisk, but this is going to be where it starts, and the battle starts indeed. Left, right, Twirly jumps in. Casper going in for Raven 4v4, 1 minute 30 on that. Terrell does find a double on towards that B side. It is going to be a flank watch here as goes in for that 3K, and another huge round going towards Sirens.
I mean, Natural and Tanisha duo here. Such an emphatic start into this map. Playing this very... Not really much else you can do for them there. With that overdrive, but work out for them, sadly. Backfire pretty badly. That attempt, that only strong piece of utility, especially our fight. They just pushed a little bit too far ahead. Really, what they could really chew for. A bit too big boots, you could.
I gotta say, there's something in the water for South Asia and these Omen players, because right now, all tournament, it's all just been the Omens that have been fragging left, right, and center. And we might be able to see one as well. Oh, Nicole does find Meow as the first casualty for this round, but Nightfall might be prepped in on towards executing one side. Ravenclaw does find one, and one towards Elu as well. That's an omen down for the side of Asterisk. Amy, however, does find Ravenclaw, but gonna have to be traded by Natural. We're heading towards the post plant with a 4v2.
Nicole.
It's gonna be down to Torley and Casper, the two duelists of the side of Asterisk.
They've got a good trade angle here. If Nicole gets pushed out by Twally,
Clear.
It doesn't matter. Oh, Nicole? Okay! Easy, Tiger. Just jumping in there, kind of willingly giving Casper a weapon, and when you give Casper a good gun, that's a bit of a scary thing to do, but thankfully, it doesn't backfire. Sirens will still get that for them.
Like it was there. The attempt was there, but it is well, from what I can see so far, it's the team comp that's just show why Asterisk is currently struggling with these rounds, right? It's well, as I say that, Amy just purchasing an operator, 2 away from 2 to force as well. So we're gonna have to see how Asterisk starts to play this one up. C is going to be pushed heavily for this defender's side. Good thing that the rest of the squad for Sirens is parked up towards a side, but it's going to be punished. Ravenclaw going to be the first casualty towards the operator being held by Amy. Again, being really solid with these first bloods. All series so far. Elu going to keep going in for that swing, and Tanisha going to be able to punish that as they rail their ugly head and towards that dark cover. Nightfall going to be popped up by Nicole, and going to be finding that Neon as well. Natural does find Casper. Post plant scenario coming in towards a 2v4. One parked up towards Heaven, and one going to be popping towards stairs. Amy goes in for that drop. Currently just waiting for any pixels to show. But Mao
nice trade.
Does find Tanisha. Natural on that trade. Amy really deep into clearing stairs first. Is it going to be shining through? Nicole finishes it off. And Sirens in a very, very comfortable lead right now, making it 5-1.
You know, I could actually now start thinking about blaming the comp, to be honest, here for Asterisk, because, you know, one of the big things that we saw is that, yeah, sure, he did have some really good individual plays there, you know, notably from Twally and Casper, but, you know, this time, you know, you also have to talk about how well synergized they were during those retakes and using their utility together, and this time it's kind of not really working out, and that's kind of because you can't really do much. Once Meow is gone, you only got that paranoia. What else do you have? Like, solo Neon Engage tools is not going to be enough for you to get a full surefire retake. And Sirens are honestly just playing this well, playing this together. But Amy's still here with the tour de force to maybe be a thorn in their spine for that regard. Ravenclaw, that main entry down, and that's going to make things a bit difficult for Sirens to fully commit in, but I think they're going to go for it anyway.
It's now the W key towards the C side, making it a 4v3. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Shreya does find a couple more kills, and it's now going to be down to Natural. It's currently stuck towards main. Pixel starts to show it, and that is going to be a thrifty round, pulled up by Asterisk. A 4K for Amy as well, on the cuffs of that tour of the force. Showing some life here. Asterisk, despite us being just blaming the team comp straight away.
I mean, huge value there from Amy. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, you had good utility, but Amy was just there, taking those pretty audacious peaks, but really making the most of the timings there, catching the reload timing from Shreya, and then just confidently peeking into Natural like that is just beautiful there. The reason why that thrifty came through confirmed there for Asterisk. The round's already gone back into it.
Ravenclaw left, right, and center, making it 3v3 just as the barriers go down. Amy does find Natural, and now it is going to be a 3v2 for this attacker's side. It's now going to be down to Meow, going to be down to Amy to save this round for the defensive side. But Sirens going to be opting in at the defensive side. Rolling Thunder coming in through.
Ooh.
Ravenclaw does pop up the showstopper. Oh, last player signing is now going to be down to a Meow versus Nicole matchup. It's a 1v1. Breach versus Fade. Who's going to be popping in first? And Nicole gets the swing and gets the headshot. And a plant to spice things up. Sirens making it 6-2.
Just when you see that moment when they could have striken and won the round, it backfires. I mean, this opening 2-piece here from Ravenclaw was a huge catalyst there. You take away 2 massive tools for the retake if you go into the post. It just massively helps you out. Ravenclaw with a third as well. I didn't notice that third onto Casper. I mean, you had some valiant attempts here. Meow and Amy were honestly doing really good work here, but Nicole was able to finish the job, and that's more than enough. With those nerves intact, not too much fear of intimidation with that last Haven round. It's good to see Sirens not really wavering confidence despite that loss. They're looking really good at this first half of Lotus.
Face your fear.
Again, Amy does get a fault line rather quickly, but free real estate there for Ravenclaw to actually start going in through Spawn. Tanisha does find Amy on towards Waterfall, opting in for that Waterfall push, but Twirly does find Tanisha as well. Steel Garden going to be popped and towards this execute, but Spike has currently not been planted just yet. 58 seconds remaining on the clock. It's going to be a 2v3 for this post plant. It's going to be down to Elu. It's going to be down to Meow. And just like that, Shreya does find one. It's now going to be a 1v1. Omen versus Breach, who's going to be finding it. And that is going to be Elu going down with Shreya with the triple kill. Very precise one, but just be able to get in that clutch. Really huge there for Sirens. 7-2.
Massive 3-piece clutch from Shreya. I mean, you had that small frame of moment where you could have been there. And I think Sirens made a big mistake here. You see them both going for one-on-one peaks here. Natural and Nicole for one-on-ones. They don't need to take. And that almost lost them the round. Thank goodness that Shreya was sharp enough on the shots there to keep them alive. Because in my mind, I would have seen that done deal. But Shreya just had that clutch in mind, and in all honesty, she had that security blanket too. She decided to go for a braver 1v1 to win the fight through the smoke, but she could have just waited for the Rolling Thunder off the tap and won the round just like that. So really well done from Shreya, not only managing to get that big clutch when it mattered, also obviously being able to save that Rolling Thunder for a future situation on the attack, and that's forced Asterisk to go into a timeout here. Their coach Dollar giving them some pieces of advice, maybe a chance to change that momentum. Because, you know, this is a very individual confidence-based composition, and it's just not shown confidence. You know, you've seen good plays from Amy, you've seen 1 or 2 decent plays from Twirly, but aside from that, it's been a little lackluster here from Askin. So maybe this input from their coach will help them out, give them a bit of a change of input.
Yeah, we're going to have to see on what Dollar has cooked up for Asterisk here, but again, 3-man squad popping in towards Seaside. Amy really contesting Mound at the moment, trying to get a lot of picks on where they can find it. A 2v1 slot happening on towards B side. Tanisha gonna get that first kill for the round, making it a 4v5. Ravenclaw might be able to find Twirly here if they shriek their ugly head, and that is going to be the case indeed, making it a 5v3 now for this round. Amy does find Natural, evening things out, making it a 3v4, but right now it is going to be free real estate as they capture A for that plant.
Sirens with the Rolling Thunder as
well. Scenario that's going to be one for Elu, taking down Nicole.
Paranoia?
Paranoia coming in through, but Tanisha does find Amy. Meow goes in for that swing. Raven traded. It's just trades after trades after trades here, and now going to be down to a 2. Oh wait, it's going to be down to a 1v1. Omen versus Omen. Tanisha versus Elu.
Oh, she doesn't know how far Tanisha away is, and now she's got a chance to use that Paranoia. Oh, this is a bit of a problem here. Can Elu find it at the right time? She's not tapped it. Tanisha's paranoid.
They were not able to stick it, and coming in that side, and will it be able to have time? Yes, it does. 3 seconds to spare. Elu, 20 HP, close enough to death, but manages to take it back for Asterisk.
Elu had no hesitation going to that second peak. Once they saw that Tanisha was panicking a little bit off of the spike, when the smoke dissipated, you see her get slight second, and you'd assume, hey, there's my moment to back Michael. No, she just runs in there and just sprays, assuming that she'd go for the repeat. Well played there from Elu. A big round there for Asterisk to keep a little bit of hope there. 2 more and they make it 7-5. Already being down on the half is not an ideal situation with the comp they're running here. But Amy is keeping that chance in hopes here. I mean, they get the early pick onto Ravenclaw, and that's a good start.
Oh, again, Amy's just been really solid towards these shots, right? She's just very trigger disciplined in regards to being able to pop in for a really good swing, as you would expect from a almost like high elo player plays, right? It's just very fun to watch, especially for a Sentinel main like myself. But again, 59 seconds remaining on the clock. It is still going to be a 5v4. But Meow really holding that fault line, having a really good guess on where Sirens are going to be swinging. A good one there from Amy does find Tanisha. A spray down from the other side of the site coming in. A lot of info coming in for Amy as well. But Nicole's
position hasn't been checked.
Might be able to have a good look on where Shreya could be.
Oh no!
Oh, Meow punishes that. And the enemy Shreya taking down Meow though. It's going to be down to Casper! And that is going to be a triple kill for Amy to finish it all off. Asterisk starting to get their momentum back after that timeout.
I mean, with is as simple as this really strong aggression here from Amy. She is relentless on pursuing these members here. You know, try and claim my territory, and I'll fight back, baby, and I'll fight even harder. And that was just, you know, you get that opening pick, you put through the stun, through the smoke, and then you have the city to walk out of the very smoke that's protecting you from that, and just walk in with a tour de force now a possession. This is really scary, and Ravenclaw might again become the first blood victim here of Amy. But they're spamming the box. Who's going to go down first? It's Nicole. And Naturel onto Casper off screen. It's been trade for both sides, but it's favorable.
Down, C.
Second kill on towards that tour de force by Amy. Does reveal where the spike currently is. Tanisha shows a pixel, but not going to be able to be capitalized by Amy. Does have a Vandal to be able to put in as a support, but Meow does have the fault line available to rip.
No way. Ravenclaw's got
should
huge timing
pull
here.
this out, and that is Ravenclaw very sneaky with it. As Natural gets Elu towards that side and blink and you'll miss it. It is now a 3v1. It's not going to be down to Twirly to save this round. Does find Natural to start it off, but it is going to be a 1v2 post plant.
She gets the overdrive.
Might be able to rip it if they choose to. One away. If they be able to find one, does find one. And overdrive is commenced. Is it going to be a showstopper? And it's a Twirly win with the overdrive. And that is going to be the defuse coming in towards Asterisks. A very huge one there
man.
From the team.
How on earth does that conspire?
No, not the DC.
The game for we DC'd from the game. Oh no. We're gonna have to find out what happened, but listen, I think we're still live. We are still live, so let's keep it going still. I mean, Ravenclaw somehow doesn't get checked here from Amy, and that was a huge two-piece that, honestly, considering she was about to throw the nade in front of Amy, she shouldn't have gotten away with it. Trying to stop it, but Twirly's clutch was massive there, and that's enough. They've gotten the round, and what else can you really ask for here? The clutch from Twirly has made this half go 7-5. Asterisk have brought it back after being, what, 6-1, 6-2 down? Honestly, really good, really solid.
I think they deserve like a re-roll there, right? And I think like it's a really good one to just give towards Asterisk as well, because of the defuse that's going to be come through, and the defuse just like cut it mid DC. That I believe that might be the case. I believe it is indeed
it's way bigger than that. It's actually a Riot server crash. It's not an individual crash. So we have a problem here, Dixie. I mean, thankfully, it's end of the half, decide to do any like rolling back or anything. They probably just go into the next map and then just add like 7 rounds. But this might take a while. We may need to go and take care to sort things out, because this is a slightly problematic. I'm not sure how this is going to be handled. But
well, if it's not natural disasters like earthquakes, it's gonna be Riot, gonna be exploding their servers as well. But again, we might have to be,
we'll have to wait for.
We might be able to have a really good, as you said before, there is a chance for a re-roll for this map, right? And it just so happened it just went from for the last round and a half as well. We're gonna have to be coming in towards the producer's side as well, and it's gonna be down to the officials on what the ruling would they want to push through. But they are going in for a re-roll in quite a bit. But
we'll be good.
We'll be able to discuss as well. We do have a lot of time on how we are gonna be envisioning the next half of the round. Asterisk starting to just roll back, as we said before, starting to just grab that momentum back, albeit not to be able to tie it all up against Sirens, but it's still a really huge one as well that they will be able to carry in towards the next half, right?
Yeah, I think Astra's got really good momentum going into this, as long as it doesn't take too long to stop the momentum after this crash. Hopefully things will fix themselves up quickly so that they can keep that confidence going. But honestly, a great recovery from Asterisk. This initially looked really strong for Sirens, and it was honestly partially due to the composition that Asterisk running and just how they couldn't really pull the individual strengths that we wanted to see from them, right? It's a bit difficult to fully perform like that if you are just slightly game. But thankfully, players like Amy especially really kept themselves going, and 12 is really strong game clutches like that. I found, I mean, what else could you really ask for situations like that? Some have been panicking slightly in their post plants, and it's a scenario where their post plants are a bit problematic here, right? It feels like they're more in winning the round before the spike goes down, because more often than not, they can't really hold their ground. Aside from one of these moments here, notably from Nicole, winning that round, especially on that clutch as well from Elu for Asterisk. I mean, what do you win in a situation like that? Post not really the main name of the for Sirens, but their clutch factor regardless is still really strong. We saw a lot of really strong plays from them, but Asterisk bringing it back from 7-2 down to 7-5. A good omen for what could potentially come into this next half. I'm curious on what you think about this comp, because for me, I'm a little skeptical. I feel like this comp from Sirens is going to be very slow paced. I feel like they're going to effectively be forcing themselves to play for picks and then use that number to cool or rotate and then claim space early. Otherwise, I don't really know when to be able to get those solid engages.
We say that, right? But again, we are dealing with Asterisk here. If they feel confident enough, they might actually just be pushing the lines themselves. They do have the capability to do that. They do have the team comp to actually pull off trades if they choose to do so. Amy is really on fire right now with this chamber. It's going to be down to how everything just rolls out right now. But as the moment, Sirens rocking a very comfortable lead so far. We are currently still waiting for the players to get their bearings back, be able to reconnect with the server at the moment. But from what I've been seeing so far in the rounds that they won, a lot of these post plants actually have been really good for both teams, essentially, right? It's again, we're looking at Tanisha rocking a 12-7-4, currently Amy on a 12-8 as well. It's gonna be down to who plays better Valorant here, because right now the duelists for both teams are currently just being punished, and it's always just been down to how the supported players play it all out.
Yeah, I feel like the Sirens are obviously seen at the moment a synergistic team of the bunch. They make a few more individual mistakes. I mean, this one was a serious noteworthy mistake that I'm surprised they didn't lose this round. I think, look at this, you saw Elo like a slight tiny whiff that unfortunately was their undoing. But moments like that from Sirens are going to be something that I'm very afraid of here for them. They do have a 2-round lead going into this, but if they come together on these retakes, I'm not sure how they're going to handle this. I feel like, I mean, Asterisk first and foremost, they can very much hold the sites without any issues. There isn't too much significant movement aside from that Neon. Once Twirly is out of the picture, for the most part, it's just throwing veto and skirmishing and winning those fights via just oppression of utility. And that's going to really help for you in terms of taking early space. You are going to be able to take early space way better if you are Sirens. The only thorn in your spine is Neon. If Neon is out of the picture or just not on the side at all, the place is yours. It's free. Like, you can easily win that. And on top of that, you've got really good retake. You are clearly the stronger retake composition with this. I mean, it's a very traditional comp here with the Fade Breach, but it's traditional for a reason. Like, it's there. It's so common. You can very easily win rounds like this. The question is, how good are you individually? How are you going to be able to play around what's usually unconventional standards? We're seeing effectively triple duelists from Asterisk, and that is meant to be a confidence thing, but considering that it's Reyna and Chamber, and not like 2 movement duelists like Neon Waylay, Neon Raze, or the Jet, it's very much more so picking your battles individually, picking your 1v1s. If you choose to go into these risky 1v1s, you're going to struggle, because Asterisk are a really strong individual team, especially with how well Amy's been playing. You don't want to face peeking Amy on CI long. That's a problem. And that is how the way you win those is via strong utility. Are we repeating this? Wait, I'm confused. Didn't Asterisk win this round? Hold on, I'm confused. Production, can I get help? What is going on here?
It looks like they are going to be having to replay this round, despite it actually being really close to Asterisk with that defuse.
This was an Asterisk win, though, no?
Well,
I mean, Amy will fast pick still. I mean, hey, Asterisk can still win this regardless, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, because Amy really solid shot with that tour de force to start it off, but deciding to play it out. It is starting off with a 5v4 already. This is going to be the last round in the half once again being played out. Double highlights if you actually think about it, really. Both teams have like both of their guns, but Prowler starting to be clearing out to the main side of C. The rest of the squad of the defender's side being able to back Amy up should they decide to choose this. But Nightfall is going to be Nightfall's going to be used. And towards this execute, Amy wise enough to just back out, get out of dodge. Spike is once again being planted from Mound, but this time a lot of space being taken up from main. Rolling Thunder starting to pull through.
I'm not sure if I like that Rolling Thunder usage, but still Shrine. Nicole as well. Very aggressively willing going into this. He's fallen. This might have backfired here. It might be 8-4. It's up to Elu in a 1 versus 2. There's not a lot of time. She doesn't have time. Sirens are going to get the round.
Sirens might be able to get that round here. No. Oh no, it is going to be an 8-4.
Okay, I'm going to confirm with production. And listen, if I was Asterisk, I would be so gutted, but unfortunately I believe how the rulings are done, if there is something like a Riot server crash where we do rerolls like that, you just have to replay the round. Which sucks. It really sucks. But that's just how it is. It's going to be a bigger disadvantage for Asterisk than they were hoping for. And I hope that doesn't hit their confidence or their mental too much. They did agree to it. Let's make that clear as well. I have to also note for viewers. Both teams did agree to replaying the round. That doesn't change the fact that I am gutted for Asterisk. I feel bad. Oh. You know, that Twirly 1v3 clutch being just thrown away is tragic. But we have to move on. We live and we learn. But this is Asterisk's chance to prove that they're even more indomitable than we thought, right? So we'll have to wait and see.
Here comes free real estate again being taken by this side of Asterisk. Natural gonna be facing the music there, getting a lot of shots in there, but Plant very secured by Asterisk here. 5v4. Rest of the squad is going to be having a lot of trouble. Tanisha does find Casper and might be facing a lot of utility.
What?
Take care of Meow. Twirly does find Ravenclaw as well. 4v2. And that is going to be that bridge taking that Shreya as well. And Twirly. Very powerful triple kill there on towards Nicole. A really huge revenge there. Making it a 5-8. Asterisk really coming in for blood now.
Yeah, you can't be dying to this aftershocks, man. That's not the moment to lose it. The Sirens. You had a decent shot starting off. You had Casper with a really rough whiff on that round to give you so much space. But honestly, good reclaiming from Meow. That aftershock is really good to keep that space there, even if you lost the one. Honestly, yeah, Asterisk there. And that's gonna keep them intact here, winning that first pistol. And Twirly's got on for the rifle here. Oh, this is a little dangerous considering that you have a Vice on C with a shorty close. Wait, Neon, you're gonna be sliding close, and that's a bit scary here. But this one,
Amy. Oh, Ravenclaw get punished by Ravenclaw. Huge classic headshot there, but here comes the execute towards Natural Sight. Managed to get in towards that stall, but shorty play coming in through. Meow does get Tanisha. Free real estate towards B side, and it's gonna be a huge W key spots towards the spawn side of B.
Good attempts on the timings.
Is that gonna be the plant? Yes, it is going to be a lot of space, a lot of angles being covered. Seaside waterfall, covered by the Reyna. Flank being covered by Meow. And oh, it's going to be a huge one in there. Ravenclaw with another shot, another headshot by a classic 3v2. That's the case that we're currently at in this post plant now. Elu does have the shot. Casper finds it. Ravenclaw down. 1v3 now. It's going to be down to Natural. How they're going to play this one. This classic does find one, but not going to be enough. Elu just swings it and go in for that headshot. Asterisk starting to just etch in, starting to get a couple rounds in to be able to tie this round.
This round, that pick, the call could have been massive had it been on anyone but Amy on the chamber. You know, the one agent where they're not going to be buying another gun, you're not going to be able to have a weapon advantage off of that pick. It's a bit tragic, but that's the nature of playing chamber up on Lotus, is that on the attack side, you're going to be the one kind of splitting up and lurking and trying to get 1v1 picks thanks to your headhunter. And although there's attempts at catching timings and grabbing single kills, it was enough for Sirens. Asterisk will get 6, closing in that round gap by 2. Amy's in trouble.
Oh, Amy
She's not
down to
be able
21
to
HP. Gonna be
from
solidified,
Nicole.
killed by Nicole too. Again, Tanisha start to just back out towards stairs. Meanwhile, we do have Shreya being parked up towards Heaven at the moment. Might be a huge one to just start in towards putting in that execute. Both flashes down for both teams, but Tanisha does find Elu to start it off. 3v5 post plant. Meow does find Ravenclaw as well, equalizing it out as much as they could. Nicole down to a slither of HP as well. Spray down coming in through. Casper is going to be punished by Tanisha. And the last player standing coming down to Twirly. Does find Nicole and goes for the slide. But Tanisha just very well aware with it with that swing, making it a triple kill for this Omen.
They do get it.
Oh!
That's good.
And point 3. Just
coming in
for that defuse as well.
My fried brain, like, I saw it beep quicker, and I was, okay, hold on. And then I hear the timing, and I see the alert, and I'm like, yeah, they're good. They're alright. And it's 0.3 seconds difference. I mean, yeah.
It was like a wave minute, right?
I think most of you who play Val for that long, like, I always feel confident at shorter times than that even. But it's good from Sirens to still keep that lead in 3. They're staying a few steps ahead. I mean, Nicole and Tanisha, just excellent. Stalwart on that site. And they just shut down any attempts at Asterisk to try and win those 1v1s. It just didn't work out here. Amy being shut down early as well is really big. It takes away that early pressure. And they're trying to do that again at A. And Amy's, in that case, forced to rotate and run into B, maybe into another fight, but thankfully not the case here, as the rest of Asterisk are solo, kind of 4-man soon to push onto C. Illusions are prompted, but Amy hears these rotations, and that's big comm information. Are they going to be able to play a pincer play? Amy's cornered! Oh, but she's dead! She's a sitting duck! And there's no punishment here from Asterisk.
Might be the one advantage that they currently need. Twirly on towards that headshot towards Shreya. Very tragic there for Amy. But the rest of the defender side squad very quick with it. Very quick to the rotates now. Tanisha does find 1, 2, 3 heads to pop.
Oh,
but Ravenclaw does find Meow, dropping in and finding Twirly as well. Sirens, man advantage here for a V2 in this post-plan scenario. Elu does find one towards that drop. Gonna have to retreat towards Tree, coming in towards safety.
Turn off the walls, Tanisha. You tap someone through a smoke. You can't do that. Casper.
Oh, it's a swinger towards Casper. Does find Naturel as well. 2v2. Spikes being tapped. Sprays coming in through. Tanisha, with the triple kill as well, as they all both lined up. Making it a 6-10. A huge one there for Sirens.
No fear. They don't gotta be the ones to say bye, Tanisha. Tanisha's the one who's still alive, and she's the one, man. That's surgical there. I mean, look at this pincer play here from Sirens. This was honestly really solid, and honestly, it didn't help too much that Shreya was really bad position with an advantage with numbers. Instead of hiding rubble and kind of just playing info. But it still works out, courtesy of Tanisha, who's on a serious tear right now. 20-9. Disgusting KDs here. And she's really saving her team's skin right now. Several moments in this map so far. Massive individual clutches. And it's not so natural. There's a 1v1 against an overdrive of Twirly, and the flash is picture perfect.
Tanisha with another kill on towards Casper. Naturel. Really huge there with the multi-frag. But Nightfall gonna have to be used. Ravenclaw coming in through towards that flank. Will he be able to find Amy? That is the spike going down as well. And now Nicole shuts it all down. Sirens 2 away from taking map away from Asterisk. Might be an upset. If it's comfortable enough to call it that too, but Dollar getting in another timeout for this team. Gonna be needing a lot of saving, a lot of rounds to recoup as well. Tanisha, 21-10. What a scoreline there.
It was an excellent use of use to finish off the last two with the C's aftershock combo to just close the deal. But yeah, just really well played from Natural LL to keep stuff going, hold on with the Guardian and get 2 picks. Taking down an overdrive entry is huge, especially from the likes of Twirly, who generally speaking has been pretty solid this series on that Neon. In this map, although unfortunately missed out on one of her bigger clutches, she did very, very well in that round before the reroll. And that's something we have to note, man. Winning a 1v3 is no joke. That should tell you something. With this timeout from Dollar, it's desperation here for Asterisk. If you want to close it in a 2-map series, this is where you really got to turn things around, and Sirens have that effectively overtime security with map point coming in. We could be going into Abyss, Diggsy, if we don't see any changes from Asterisk.
Well, I hate to blame the team comp, but they decided to go with it, and that is the bait that they're going to be having to lie on. But if you want to play Dark Souls, you play Dark Souls, I guess. But again, it's going to be a huge one for Asterisk here should they come back with the round deficits that they currently have at the moment. It's going to start off with this site execute on towards C. Amy being hanged back towards A site 2. Naturel just going to be pushed up towards spawn. Free real estate now being conquered for the side of Asterisk.
Who wins this?
A battle
Huge fight
between Ravenclaw and Amy just still kept ensuing towards a site.
Planted.
Now it's
good
just
for
going to
Asterisk.
be a really huge one. Steel Guardian going to be popping in towards spawn by Sirens. Still not being pushed
Look at
up.
the
It
position
is
that-
going to be
that-
a
that
good
Ravenclaw's
one
in.
as Showstopper does get ass Casper as well. One towards Elu. Nicole finding Twirly as well with that headshot. Defuse starting to show through as Tanisha finds one and a triple kill for Ravenclaw. Takes this map to match point.
Match point.
This is what I was looking forward to seeing here from Ravenclaw. Very quick action. The moment that plant's called, no fear about that flank being re-pressured here from Amy, just running down through the door. No fear of any potential reswing. She knows how much pressure Asterisk are under from that 8C main, and so she can just pop that door, pop that ult, and that's instant. Not only that, not only with the shows, but gets two more as well on top of that. Backing up her team when it really matters. It's a big round from Sirens, and that's huge courtesy here. This is what I was hoping to see from Ravenclaw. But this time, a bit too overzealous. A huge mistake made from the two Sirens members. Some big binarity being seen here. You know, one time you see an excellent timing play, the next you see a far too reckless really be considered strong. As it's backfired massively. Asterisk will claim
Amy.
3 members and claim the site and the plant.
Amy with a huge double kill there as well.
There.
On towards Sirens. 5v2 now. It's a very impossible post plant. If you are Tanisha, does find Twirly though, and Meow finishes it off with that trade. Casper catching Sharia out as well. Asterisk showing some signs of life here, but as it's the case right now, it's just going to be in a constant spin of match points here for Asterisk. They do have Rolling Thunder. They do have Tour de Force available as well. They do have From the Shadows as well available for Elu. Tanisha with the From the Shadows available for their side as well. We're currently being positioned up towards a site. Amy going to be hanging back. Might be facing the music of the 1v2 scenario towards the C side. Barrier is now going down, but again, that's a really huge paranoia being invested towards the C site. Amy has to get out of dodge with the amount of utils that they're currently facing. Natural going to be the ones being conquered here towards A side. Really huge stall there as well with the Razor Vines and the Sheer Wall. Natural does find Casper on towards
Natural,
the Twirly
what the
for the
heck?
second. Meow for
No
the
way,
trade.
Sirens.
Nicole finding Amy as well. Now a 4v2. Nisha does find one and a spray down on towards Elu. Seals it off. Sirens make it out alive with a 13-7. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards Abyss. We are heading towards map 3. And it is a 1-1 scoreline. Whoever wins passes through the upper qualifiers going to the grand final. And my day, Sheba. I did not expect this
I
to
haven't
go
covered
towards
Abyss
the
in
map.
forever,
I'm
man. I'm so
not gonna lie.
excited. I'm so excited we get to see Abyss. I haven't covered the map in forever. Cannot wait. Sirens are back, man. It's so good to see them pop off again. And you can partially blame a couple individual factors there, particularly their composition, and unfortunately Casper not being able to find as much value on the arena that you would hope, but that doesn't go well Sirens did play. They had a lot of instances where they were really positioning themselves to catch off individual members one over time. Despite this good effort from Amy here, especially on the Chamber, who I think was one of the bigger members, Ravenclaw really stepped up, alongside obviously Tanisha, who was incredible in this series. I mean, Tanisha just constantly clutching, constantly getting these 3 kills on the retake. It's a whole different team that we're seeing here from Sirens, and not only do we see Tanisha do good, I was talking about Ravenclaw before, we're seeing that confidence finally come back. It doesn't look like to me that Ravenclaw is the type of player who would enjoy playing Neon. I think Neon is not the forte for her. It's very clear that Raze is much more up there. But with Abyss coming up next, the question mark is, are we going to be seeing Neon back, or are we going to be seeing the Jet coming in? These players, or even the Yoru coming in? I know, generally speaking, in Tier 3, Yoru's a bit more of a question mark, a much much more recent. I wouldn't say that much more recent, but still more recent of a meta than most. But you wanted to be comfy and traditional, more often than not, you're going to go Jet on Abyss, and maybe we'll be seeing that Jet duel again. Question is, are we going to be seeing again the Chamber coming in from either side? Maybe this time Shoei will play Chamber? I don't know. We'll have to see, because there's a lot of potential here on this. I don't know anything about Abyss. I don't know what's going to happen here. I think Abyss is another one of those maps where it's so lurky and so kind of bipolar in its pacing. So yeah. I can't predict this, Stacey. I got no clue. I'm clueless, lad. I don't know who's winning this.
Well, I do not blame you there. If anything, the crash out is currently just valid. We are coming into unknown territory with Abyss at the moment. But here's what we know about the map so far. Big map. The pathway to links, really far if you're on the attacker side. Pathway by the defensive side, you have spawn, or you can just risk it going towards link. The link towards A side, gonna be very loud with those breakable doors. If you want to go for a very sneaky play, you might have to go with link, but at the same time, you have to guard whoever is going to be trying to cockroach their way through towards B side, right, with a very long range weapon. And even if that's the case, that's already a lot of info down if you're on the attacker side as well. In terms of compositions, a lot here, right? But it's going to be down to I feel like it's going to be down to the duelists on how they execute here. You want your Neon to come through. You want your route to come through as well. The amount of the huge teleports that they currently have for such a big map like Abyss as well. It's really huge. You can, once you reach the 50-second mark remaining on that timer, you're gonna have to decide on which side to execute straight away, because rotate is not an option anymore in a big map like that. But again, in terms of compositions, it's just the sky's the limit here in regards to what duelists you want to pull through. And in regards to anchors as well, you can have the fragger like Chamber. You can pop in Vice as well, very dominant towards that A side. Speculations is just really huge for that map as well. We can always just come back towards how they played on towards Lotus, right? Who have been like the strongest ones so far. Omen is gonna be a very huge one if Tanisha decide to come back towards that agent again. Albeit the one ways will actually be different. The paranoia will still be effective in playing post plant scenarios and in towards attack as well. The possibilities are endless. But just share me your thoughts here on Abyss so far, Shiba.
I think the makeup that I'm going to be seeing with either of these teams is how are they going to be running Astra. If you're very comfy running Astra, you have strong preparations on that. Astra's by far the best controller in the game for this map for Abyss. If you can run Astra very, very well and abuse post plants on B especially, you're going to be really succeeding here. It's going to be fast, doing really good on winning those long sight lines with operators or just general sharpshooting on the long ranges, and B, being able to play heavy post plants on the B side. The A side is also really solid, but it's a little bit easier to retake because it's a bit easier to pincer down. You can have somebody kind of seeing the back side area while someone jiggle peeking up heaven. That's going to cause a lot of problems. But you know, I think one common strategy that's been quite common currently on Abyss is to just run it down B every round until they find a way to counter it. If you team that are able to capitalize off of that, like running heavy positions, like Astra, Sova are probably two main agents that I expect, right? And if we were to look at the stats here, this is going to tell us a lot of things about the mechanics, right? And about the pacing that these teams are going to be going into, right? If it's the same thing that we're going to be seeing here, first skirmishes are in favor of Siren. Post-plant scenarios are in favor of Siren. Once again, clutch factor is also in favor of Siren. Just generally, there's not a significant advantage that Asterisk were able to build here on Lotus. But the scoreline is flipped the wrong way around, by the way. Siren are the ones at 113.7. But the stats are still, I believe. So the first blood value that Siren have found is going to really help them. And I think that makes you think, is what agents are you going to be kind of, I don't know, because the comps on Lotus are going to be very different to the comps on Abyss. Very different. You're going to be seeing Jet, you're going to be seeing Sova, you're going to be seeing Astra, you're going to be seeing, like, most likely the Cypher if you have like a unique setup there. If not, probably going to be the Vice, if anything. Killjoy is a bit of a weird agent, but in competitive prepared play, I wouldn't be surprised if Asterisk did lock Killjoy. But yeah, Abyss is a really big question mark in a really long time. And so, you know, with the only prep that we really have being the most recent tier 2, tier 1 matches, compare that to tier 3, you're not going to be seeing the same stuff. You have to look back deep into the past. And that's a little bit of a scary thing to think about, right? With the stats coming in here, the individuals that we should be looking out for, momentum is to stay this time, contrary to Haven, onto Lotus. Tanisha is the big person to look out for. If Tanisha can play well on, continue to use that really strong, you know, brain power that Asher requires on this map while still fragging out, she's going to be a massive asset here to Siren. But we'll have to wait and see. That really depends on how things go synergistically and how comfortable these guys are in their agent pool, because I don't think Asterisks are going to be running an agent composition as bold as this. You already see the backfiring a lot. Twirly not really able to be as strong as you'd hope. The chamber for Amy, very promising in the first half, but a little more later on. It leaves a little bit much to be desired. I think Asterisks is really locking into a team-based comp, and I think Abyss is a good map for that strategy.
Well, it's hard to look at Lotus as well, with the Siren win and seeing Asterisk and blaming Asterisk for their team comp, right? It feels like a gutting feeling sometimes, but don't get me wrong, Tanisha and like the rest of the squad actually played it all well, and they were they were smart enough to actually punish the team comp that Asterisk currently have. But again, it's like, pardon the pun, but I think it's like this win is also like kind of like that Asterisk of Asterisks, you know, because of that team comp that they currently played. It's hard to just like chalk it up to that. But if Siren, if momentum is actually being capitalized here by Sirens, they could actually take it towards this powerful team, this powerful GC team that is very well known for. And they can actually just really be able to just run with it. Tanisha is going to be the MVP of our match here on towards Lotus. 24 kills, 11 deaths. The KD is just well above 2. ACS on the 300s as well. Again, what's not to like?
I don't know, man. A double positive KD in us is a big sign, a big plus factor. So I'm hoping to see Tanisha carry that on. I'm honestly just so curious with the comps. Like, I really don't know what you know things in mind, but you know, this is tier 3. This is different. Abyss is so fresh. What are we going to be seeing from these teams? I just hope that we don't see any like boring, overly traditional metas. That's like my hope. We don't see that. I want to see interesting
5 Sentinels.
You know? God, that would be so awesome. I'd love to see 5 Sentinels. I don't see. I just hope we don't see like, I don't know, like Jet Sova Breach, Killjoy, whatever, Omen. You know, that'd be boring. I want to see something different. I hope we see Astra. I hope we see Yoru. That would be really fun. Neon would be really cool to see as well. If Twirly's feeling really good on that. But we'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going into Abyss. Map 3 is going to be coming up really, really soon. Asterisk, seeming the favourites here, are looking a little shaken after that Lotus game, despite being so good on the Haven. So, in the decider, if it all comes down to that, we'll see you guys after the break for Abyss.
is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved. Rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Whew. Map 1, banger. Map 2, banger. And we are going in towards map 3. And it is one hell of a map. We are going to Abyss, baby! And welcome back to Reloader Ascend Empress Cup. Shiba, I'm on the edge of my seat when watching this one.
Hey, I wouldn't call Haven too banger. It was pretty one-sided, but I will definitely tell you
so
this:
true.
Lotus was good. Lotus was good. Maybe a banger performance from Asterisk individually. But I'll tell you now, this map could be really good. I'm really curious on what we're going to be seeing. We've talked about it a lot. It's a map that we haven't seen in a really, really long time. And considering that Sirens have brought themselves back into this series, when, in all honesty, after seeing what happened, I thought it was done for. Like, I thought Sirens were done. Like, it was not going to continue, but they really brought themselves back. I thought about their tenacity, right? About their mental game. And I think that's going to be really exciting to see. Hopefully still hold strong into map 3, because Asterisk got no slouch of a team. They're really, really strong. We already talked about it. They're one of the strongest GC teams in the region. And seeing Sirens do this well, so well on Lotus, and hopefully Abyss later on, I'm curious on how it's going to happen. I did hear off stream that a lot of people are calling Asterisk a really clear winner on this map, but I got no clue. I haven't seen anything. If I was thinking like team-based ability, yes, maybe we could see Asterisk being the strongest. But individually, I've been seeing some pretty insane stuff from Sirens, man. I mean, Ravenclaw is back in form, which is great considering how lackluster the Neon was last time. We're seeing Shreya, we're seeing Tanisha being ridiculously good. I feel like Nicole is also really, really reliable. Generally speaking, I feel like I haven't seen a bad performance in many of the rounds from her yet. She's always been a really solid player through and through. And so, hopefully, if Sirens can lock themselves in synergistically and keep their mechanical strength that they've been doing good on Lotus, Abyss could be a very, very close and exciting map. I look forward to it. Really hope we see a different, unique comp. I don't want to see the double initiator Jet Omen Killjoy. Don't show me that, please. I need to see something cool, please, because Abyss is too good.
Coming off of a very strong performance, I'm probably gonna be seeing. I'm probably keen to see Tanisha locking in that Omen again, from what I can tell. Asterisk might be able to pull off. It's going to be definitely a set comp this time, right? It's going to be one that is going to be one after the other, and I can imagine them probably picking Astra, as you might predict. But again, not much of predictions at the moment. We're going to be throwing it in towards Agent Select now, and actually start to see if it's going to be a boring team comp or it's going to be a very solid one.
At least you see one side. Oh, Teo coming in. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me, Sirens. You've disappointed me. This is lame.
So
this is a lame comp. I don't approve. I do not approve. But this comp is honestly pretty interesting here. I mean, you see the Astra being first and foremost. This is something that I was predicting. If either of these teams were going to pick Astra, it was going to be Asterisk. They are much more synergized comp. They've proven that time and time again. I'm really happy to see that Teo from Yao. Teo is a bit of a weird agent. He isn't going to be as obviously potent in general, but his utility specifically on this map is really interesting, right? I think Boom is going to have a lot of verticality on this map. It's got enough length to where if you manage to get in the right position to use it, you can clear a ton of space on the site if your drone isn't broken. So that could be a huge help there for Asterisk going into this. And obviously, seeing Elu on that jet once again, I made a prediction. I don't know why. My core, I feel like Elu is just going to pop off on the jet with this operator. No chamber on Abyss is quite interesting as well, considering that we saw both teams run it in previous maps. Obviously, just last map we saw Amy from Asterisk play the chamber on Lotus, but quite a while ago, I believe, Sirens also had Shreya on the chamber herself. So not seeing either team lock the chamber is interesting, but regardless of that, pretty fair comps here for Sirens. Asterisk, really cool comp. I look forward to seeing how they play around this. But the ciphers being locked from both sides is interesting. I think with Cypher trips, it's really predictable, really easy to break the predictable trips if you're playing the solver. So whoever is the more creative Cypher, the one who can pull the least expected trips lined up, is going to be the most favorable player into this. And with the controller blood dropped, it's going to be too early to go down first with Meow not too far away onto Ravenclaw. I mean, this is just Sirens are just going by one.
Really huge one there by Meow. Getting one, but Shreya going to be in for that trade. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw going to be picked out of as well, but it's going to be a free A site here should they choose to pick it. Shreya's down toward below 50 HP. Again, it's just going to be the rest of the squad pulling in through. Natural going to have to speed it up pretty soon, or they might get picked up by Amy as well, who's currently just post up towards mid, and here comes one. A bit of a slugfest coming in through towards that mid side. Natural gonna be winning that one, making it a 3v3. Bit of an equal side. Nicole goes in for that shock dart, does a fine twirly. Starting to clear it all out. Ella gonna be finding one, and Nicole finishing out towards Casper. Sirens managing to edge it out as well for this pistol round. What I like about the comp for Sirens as well is Shreya's breach, right? Because this is right now Asterisk's scheme comp. Their caveat is their lack of flashes, and in a big map like Abyss, in regards to like clearing huge sites and clearing huge swings, you find those flashes very useful. And I'm currently not seeing that one for Asterisk right now, which is going to be one that is going to be tricky. They do have Teo's drone, which is really huge in regards to just finding info and finding recons on the ground especially. But again, it's going to be tricky for them to execute without any flashes for this comp.
Yeah, good pistol round there from Sirens to start this out. Nicole being so reliable again, getting that two-piece and peeking at just the right time for our teammates to back up. But this time is very quiet here. Asterisk are taking a very calm approach. That drone is going to scout out Meow. Maybe even spotted the Astra on top of it. You can see the one to go into play up from mid, but Tanisha, no fair going in. Instantly swings onto Elu and instantly eliminates her. That's one Sheriff Demon taken away from the picture.
Does tag Twirly as well. Nicole coming in for that headshot with that ghost. Casper does find Natural as well, but now it's going to be a 4v3. The rest of the squad for Asterisk, two below half HP already. The only healthy one is going to be Casper. 37 seconds remaining on the clock. Spike is still being posted up towards middle.
30 seconds
Shreya might be a huge one here. They might be able to get us easy two-piece should they decide to swing them towards that left side. But gonna be having a lot of util. Savo's coming in towards mid. Shreya does find Amy before Casper going in for that trade, but it's now gonna be a 2v3. 13 seconds remaining on the clock, and now gonna be execute time should they choose to do so. Ravenclaw does find Meow, and another one going in towards Casper as well. A huge double kill for Ravenclaw. Stepped up in Lotus, might be stepping up in towards Abyss as well, but for now it's 2-0.
There were a lot of big mistakes there from Sirens that I was very worried about for a second. First and foremost, to what's obviously a mid stack from the majority of the Sirens members there is not a good idea when you know you have the better weaponry. On top of that, Natural almost made a huge mistake trying to lurk up, falling to Casper and giving her not only the entirety of B, but a Bulldog on hand. If Asterisk played that slightly differently, that could have backfired horribly for Sirens. Hopefully it works out. And Asterisk are not faltering this regardless. They know they can really take this. They were close in this round. Only really falling to the hands of a really powerful outlaw there from Raven. Aside from that, the fight's ensuing, and Tanisha is the first to fall to the hands of Cassian on her Sova. The Sova that on Haven seemed to be indomitable here. No.
4v2
no.
for the defender's side. Elu does find Natural as well. Down to 2-3 for this defender's side. It's going to be down to Nicole Shreya and Ravenclaw to save it. Do have 55 seconds to go in for that stall. Plan has not been secured just yet. 49. Comes in again for the plant. Still healthy side for Asterisk.
Cool.
No alarm for mistakes. Elu does find one going in for that trade, making it a 3v2. Post-plant scenario now for both teams. 3 just active towards main. They're gonna have to show themselves and actually have to contest these frags as soon as they cross heading towards danger. Amy,
Asterisk are playing this perfectly.
very huge one.
They are playing this perfectly. They have a trip there too. So this is just free. Sirens cannot do a thing about it. They should have just tried to stick. The spike is gonna explode, and Amy will just get 2 kills for free. Again, Siren's a bit of a mistake there. You could have really just committed to going for that defuse, but again, on top of that, it just is a byproduct of Asterisk playing so well into this. Elu with a great to shut down that outlaw threat from what was it, from Ravenclaw, and that was honestly the thing that I think basically won them the round. Not giving them that hyper aggression, not claim more space, especially up from heaven instead of CT. Big round there, and good for Asterisk to keep their composure despite losing a couple members there.
Drone going to be clearing out a lot of space towards A, but Ravenclaw does get a lot of info on how many is going to be attacking towards A side, but Asterisk, wisely enough, starting to go for a retreat, going towards a mid take, especially being cleared it out by Torley in the beginning. It's really huge here. Natural, very calmly just backing away, but right now it's just going to be down to Nicole. It's going to be down to Tanisha as well. It's been really huge towards this side.
This run from Casper could be massive.
Might be a pick here towards Casper, but Twirly does find Nicole from downtown, from that mid side. But the spike is currently just hasn't been picked up yet. Ravenclaw does find Meow. Tanisha does find Elu as well. 3v3, making it equal. Not much time.
30 seconds.
Might have to be a full commit towards B side, wisely enough so, with 27 seconds remaining on the clock. Gonna be a really huge full-side scenario. A bit of an equal side for both teams.
Spike planted.
Look at where Twirly is. She's so far up. This is a little bit of a dangerous position though. This could backfire really badly. Her util is essential here for securing the post plant, but she can't really take the risk of trying to run now. And I think that smoke is a bit of a giveaway here. Ravenclaw on the flank though takes down Amy. Is she aware? She's not. And Twilight has a good enough position to punish Shreya. She can't isolate herself against Tanisha though. You need to play off the info here off your Sova, and then punish accordingly. And she knows it.
Tap.
So logical from Asterisk. This is how you win it. This is exactly how you win on a best B. She may go down here, Tanisha may fall, but Casper will get the punish and survive the spike.
Again, it was very calculated there for the side of Asterisk as well. It's like Twirly not like being over aggressive with the smoke that they choose to take. But again, it just had to play towards the tap. Casper in the right spot as well. Right place, right time as well. Again, it was just really well played there by Asterisk. We'll see if it reflects towards this round number 5 right now. Gonna be on an eco will be Sirens. Bit of a mini shield combo there for Ravenclaw and Tanisha, who's been both of the huge players for both of these maps and in this series so far. But check out Twirly. They might be able to find one here. Here finds some 1 pixel. That is going to be Ravenclaw. Nicole gonna be in there for that trade. Gonna have an access to a Phantom on that mid side. But 4v4 nonetheless. Still 1 minute remaining on that clock.
Spike planted.
Bit of an unfavorable loss here for Asterisk. Losing a bit more of a valuable agent here. The Astra being taken away is pretty huge. Post-pump potential is out. That might be partially why they've committed to A. Easier to just play purely based off skirmishes here. With Naturallo breaking that trip, they're going to be walking into a cross. He gets 1. I mean, there's not a lot of time though, and the guns on the side of Sirens is not too strong. A couple of good ones, but not enough. And Elu, a big credit as well. That double kill on site was huge. Have to give credit where credit is due. A bit of an undersung hero moment there from Elu. With that smoke being placed in Fike, it made it difficult for her to really commit to those fights, but she got them regardless. And that might have been one of the main things that won them the round.
I kind of felt bad for Amy there too. They kind of just had to like bait her a little bit before taking the shot, but again, still effective enough to actually win them that round. Asterisk is going to be very rich in regards to credits. Does have 5 rifles and 5 shields for a reason, but in the end, Sirens does have a really decent buy as well, with just one shield off. Ravenclaw has been DC'd, however. Might not be able to hold the line much more effectively towards this middle side.
Wait, this is a really bad spot to be AFK in. Oh no!
Yeah.
This could backfire really bad. The close and reveal too. Wait, the start to Elu! They're not punishing it! No! Okay, we got 1.
Nicole finds Elu, but Meow does find another one as well. Casper gonna be finding Natural towards this side. It is essentially a 2v4 here for
I feel
Sirens.
bad for Sirens, man. This is so unlucky. Just having a DC happen during this very important. This round is massive here. This is either this is an economy breaker of a round. Whoever loses this has to full eco, but you don't have to. You just lose it for free. The good thing is that assuming that that Ravenclaw lives in this round, at least she'll be able to save her weapon. And I think Tanisha, after seeing Shreya fall, is just gonna save. Maybe get an exit onto Amy if she can catch the cross, but even then, Twirly's got her. And so it's only going to be Ravenclaw, who I believe just got back, which is a plus. At least she's here. But still, really unfortunate there to lose the duelist. It's nobody's fault. It's just really unlucky. It's just unlucky. Sometimes on online tournaments, your internet just plays up at the worst times. That's just how it is sometimes, unfortunately. I'm sure Sirens won't be too discouraged by it.
Well, Hunter's Fury currently available now for the side of Sirens as well. So is Neural Theft. So is From the Shadows. Shreya just went away from their Rolling Thunder as well. Bladestorm available for Ravenclaw for the side of Sirens. What I like about this map and the Breach combo is it's once you rip off Rolling Thunder, as soon as you hear Plant, someone's bound to like fall off map, especially on A side.
Very curious on how happen next. I think Ravenclaw disconnected again, potentially. So we're just going into that tech pause and make sure that looks in. Well, notice a couple things that I wanted to mention actually is that one of the things that's making Sirens really struggle here, especially on the B site, is I think Natural is pushing a little bit too far ahead here. You notice that when she's found nothing at a certain point in the round, she often just tries to lurk up and catch one, but oftentimes that's the worst timing, because every single time that's happened, she's been punished. Every time she's pushed up. And so maybe this is the time to back away for info, or even then, lurk earlier, lurk sooner, put your trips around mid or A, and just push up on B. If you hear no noise for like 2 seconds, just walk up. If they go down, fine, it's a clean retake, and at least you had some utility on the other side if they went the other way. Either that, or just play further back, because I feel like the mid-round pushes from Natural L have been timed really poorly, and Asterisk have punished so well. So that's one small thing that I would change if I was to be the coach here of Sirens. But into this next round here, Asterisk have a pretty solid pair of ultimates here. That Armageddon is going to be really huge as well if you time it right. You could Armageddon through back mid, you can Armageddon through the back of B site to force them either to give you a free site or to walk into your crosshairs. Obviously, you can also Armageddon back site A and just effectively give the site for free then and there. There are a lot of really strong options with that single ultimate alone. But you also have the Blade Storm, you also have the Cosmic Divide on the Astra there.
Well,
so I have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's a lot to work with at the moment for Sirens right now, but it's not impossible at the moment for them. They have been showing some brilliance and some shine on where it needs to be in some cases, and again, Asha being available with their ults as well, on a Blade Storm of their own for Eldu. Again, it's really down to how everything just goes out, right?
Yeah, with the money they have, they can do one of two options. I feel like Abyss is one of the very few maps where an attack operator is actually a good option. It's one of those times where like the risk does actually justify the value you can get out of it, especially with how mid-heavy the map is and with how post-plant heavy it is. If they refrain from having Elu be the main entry point for this round, they could just handle it. Or even then, let Elu entry with a Phantom and just give Twirly an operator instead. That's another option they could go for if they wanted to go for an attack operator, especially on the B site. If you wanted to play for mid or mid control, really not a bad play to go into.
Still currently on a tech pause at the moment. For
I can't tell if
those who just
I can't tell if sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I can't tell if Elu and Nicole's internet is just to do with lag or to do with them being further away from the local server. I can't tell.
And even in some cases as well, it's just Raven is just DCing out of nowhere as well. I'm not even too sure. It's probably internet provider type thing. Hopefully this is not the case. Hopefully we get to. Man. Yeah, it's just the rounds that they needed to win. It's just being sabotaged by their own internet provider, which is nothing to laugh at. Definitely, especially when you have prize money on the line as well. But again, it's not impossible for them. As I mentioned before, they did show some brilliance on Lotus as well, provided that Asterisk are being punished left, right, and center to be able to just capitalize on the weak points that Asterisk have been showing. And so far, it seems to be pretty solid. So solid in regards to being able to capitalize on what they currently got right now. But it's gonna be an interesting eco round. They do have some ultimates to burn, should they choose to do so. If they're gonna be aiming for kills, they have to like put in some aggressive space taking for this A site, or to at least grab the orb to start off with for Shreya, because getting that rolling thunder pretty much as soon as you hear Spike being planted is actually going to be huge.
I think it's also want to note, I mean, these 4 consecutive round wins for Asterisk is just generally good for momentum, especially now that they're actually super advantaged on the economy. They're not going to have to be too stressed about using loads of ultimates. There's probably going to be another free 5th round for them later on. I think the bigger question is on whether or not we're going to see Ravenclaw bust out that Bladestorm for this round. Because I feel like you could see, for example, Ravenclaw selling that Sheriff and buying either Treya, Tanisha, a better gun like a Guardian or Hero Rifle. But if you wanted to be more consecutive with your economy, I'd say just sell the Sheriff Storm and buy one of your teammates a Guardian. But that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And thankfully, the tech pause won't be too long. We're back into it now. Seems like all of our players are fine and dandy and ready to play. And we're already seeing Ravenclaw push up pretty quickly here. He's got someone by her side, but I don't think she's ready for the 3-person pincer. She gets 1 though, but she's quickly punished alongside Nicole. This is excellent trading from Master. Just waiting for their prey to enter their webs without any effort in luring them in. They did it themselves.
Oh, Twirly.
Nice
Twirly Mini managed to find Natural as well. Making it a 2v4 now as 1 minute was just approaching on the clock. They decide to just give a good full rotate towards B side. Shreya not going to find anyone towards A side and just signaling Tanisha to just like go straight to B. Again, here comes the plant, but with 44 seconds on the clock, Tanisha is just well deep in towards that smoke. And as the pole plant scenario just head towards main. It's really huge here for the Asterisk.
That's a bit of an off smoke. Not the most accurate there for Tanisha. Well, if she jumped down and popped the paranoia, that could have been huge, but it's not hit Twirly, and so that's going to be free. That's it. Easy round there for Asterisk. If she went into danger and threw that paranoia, that could have been way stronger. Unfortunately, out during those nervous moments, you don't think about that sometimes. On top of the smoke just being slightly off, it backfired a little bit there for Sirens, but a good effort nonetheless.
Yeah.
At least they got their one, right?
Yeah, Sirens just really feeling the pressure right now as well. It's like, but unfortunately, it's just, especially on that round, no diamonds here. But again, new round, new day. We'll have to see if something comes in through because Sirens already have 5 ultimates available for them. This is their gun round, especially, but Ravenclaw already has access to that Bladestorm.
But she's
close
completely alone this time.
Oh, it's gonna be punished by Meow.
This is not the play, man. This is not the play. That's just been it's just thrown away. A really strong ultimate for an aggressive retake and with your mates. That could have helped so much more. But instead, Astra just once again get a free kill off of that early aggression off of main with nothing to trade, and that's a free plant. The bait's been sold.
Oh, a huge one there by Tanisha though, taking down Elu. Making it a 4v4. Still not impossible. Both duelists down for this squad. Rolling Thunder still available. And Hunter's Fury as well. Meanwhile, Asterisk not rocking a lot of ultimates just yet. Meow does have Armageddon ready to pull through. Twirly taking down Natural. Taking down Shreya as well. Goes in for that swing onto Tanisha, but not to good avail. Casper takes down Nicole. And it's now going to be down to Tanisha just like safely getting out of dodge. Casper not going to be surviving that spike explosion.
You can see Amy in the corner player cam. They're just cackling at her teammate on evading the spike. That was quite funny, but yeah, a good job of getting that good early pick, but just wasn't enough here. Twirly managed to get away with it at the very least, and that was too little, too late. The rotation and the amount of time it took for them to rotate was too long, unfortunately.
2-6 now. Asterisk just finding a really good comfortable lead. That's a 6-round win streak, man. That's really huge.
Pull this
We're a
off.
very powerful
Oh
team.
no!
Like
That's
Asterisk.
a
Raven.
big- Oh no! Please get this kit. No!
Oh,
Devastating
just-
pair of whiffs there. I mean, look at this. They're out. That's the threat gone.
It's just a lot of vision
Oh,
blockers
no.
popping in through for the side of Asterisk, getting out of dodge
You got
after
Natural just
Ravenclaw revealing
as
that they
well.
have a boomstick in hand for B. Again, it's not going to be up to Natural on just holding a site. Have to see where is Tanisha going to be using from the shadows as well. Really huge one. Breakable's going to be coming in through. Natural might be able to find one. Decided to get out of dodge, but going to be punched by Elu. Shreya does find one with the aftershock, making it a 4v4. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Hunters.
Here comes Hunter's
Hunter's
Fury.
Fury.
Nicole.
Going to be pushed towards A side.
Ulting.
Clearing
She's
a
ulting.
lot of
She's
people.
ulting.
Going to be hitting a lot in towards that defenders just yet, but
She's ulting Oxygen.
good enough space tool to be cleared. Here we go. Rolling
Ooh,
Thunder.
Big on actually.
Oh. Casper does find Tanisha.
Twirly's been
going in
revealed.
for that flash. Twirly. Really massive headshot there. 4v2. It's going to be down to Ravenclaw and Nicole, who to no avail gets a headshotted in the respective spots. Asterisks showing why they're the powerful GC team at the moment, making it a 7-2.
I don't know about the Hunter's Fury, but unfortunately for Sirens, it just didn't work out for them. I mean, this opening pick from Elo was really huge. Trading out, taking away that Cypher utility to make the rest of the entry a little smoother there for Asterisk. And not only that, you still have 3 ultimates in the hands of Asterisk. You still haven't used that Blade Storm, haven't used the Armageddon for a long time. And that can be used into this next round. Arjun going with the time up for Sirens. I mean, this is situation here. If Asterisk take this round, I don't know how Sirens are going to come back. They might have to pull an NRG here. I don't know. I don't know how they take this, man.
Making me looking forward to watch Champions later, but for now, a lot to work with. If you're Asterisk, 3 ultimates is nothing to scoff at, especially if you just use yours for the sign of Sirens. Again, really massive stuff here by Twirly and Casper as well, who's just been working this map through the bone. 11-5 and 0 for Twirly. Casper 10-2, very solid ones. And again, in regards to credits, they can buy 2 ops if they need to be honest. And since they're currently on the attacker's side, I don't see why not.
Maybe another disconnect.
Elo and Nicole currently just being hindered by massive pings at the moment with the constant DCs right now, I believe. But
Oh my gosh.
we're gonna get back to the game pretty soon.
The duality of ping. I mean, look at small of note, but Elu's ping is 145, and then you see Casper with 1-digit pings. Like, oh my goodness, man. Internet's crazy.
Yeah.
And the fact that Elu's doing this good with 150 ping is kind of insane.
Yeah.
I respect that a lot from Elu. Well done.
That's really huge too. Casper capitalizing a lot on that 9 ping that they've currently been rocking as well.
Hey, the
Oh,
top
what it
rank
feels-
Twirly, 90 ping. Hey, don't.
Yeah,
don't
that's
discount
true.
Twirly,
That's
man.
true. That's
still
true.
got that 2 KD with
Oh, what
90
it feels like to sleep near the server.
But yeah, I mean, this tech pause, I don't know exactly what's going on. Maybe like an update from production about what's happening here. I believe maybe it played disconnect or gear or something. I don't know. But Asterisk just look like they're mopping the floor with this. They've won 7 rounds in a row. This is, I mean, usually the turning point. I mean, Sirens are probably going to lose this round, and then next round coming in, hope that they can just win by sheer gunplay. They are serious on ult economy. Do anything about this. And you know, when the next buy round comes in, even if Ravenclaw saves up enough for even an operator, you could jack against that if you use your Astral Divide if Twirly gets 2 orbs. They're probably just going to play for orb control and then let whoever doesn't have orbs left so focus on kills. Like, the pacing is controlled by them, man. This is a seriously dominant position from Asterisk.
yeah, it's definitely down to Asterisk on how they would win this or lose this, right? I'd go for a Hail Mary. I'd go for a 5 stack. I'd go for a 5 stack mid push for Sirens. Maybe it could be the call there to actually just get one, to at least just get one to apply that neural theft somewhere around that map just to find out a lot of info on where Asterisk could be. But again, might want to just do that in towards that side for Sirens. Unless you want to pull off a G2 and not donate any orbs, but then again, that's going to be 2 rounds to hard to get back for
So disrespectful
for
to the
Sirens.
squad.
So again, it's going to be interesting on how everything just folds in regards to how Sirens wants to play this. Again, like kudos to Nicole as well, who's just been trying their damnedest.
I mean, the odds are coming from Sirens is like, this is something I'm really scared of. You need to just win fights and just hope they don't oppress you with util on the wrong site. And then you need Natural to be the one to use the ultimate. And that's going to be difficult considering that she's going to be the one effectively solo on B on a map this big. How are you going to make value off of that unless you do some sort of stack and have someone else play on B? But would you really want that? Do you really want to have no Cypher util on B? No, not really.
Yeah, positive side though is you can leave the utility, but then again, you still need bodies from either mid B, mid or like at least by link. If you want to put, we want to push that, but again, Elu's now back though. Unfortunately, Sharia is the one that's currently now DC'd, so I feel like it's just going to be a case of like if one reconnects, one has to like DC. I think that's just like the balance of things right now. But
maybe
it's just been an interesting spot.
Maybe it's like a small like area based outage. Maybe the players getting a lot from a similar area and just having issues. I'm just gonna quick double check if it's worth going into break here for production. But yeah, take a little while for these players to recover. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait. I mean, there's hope. There's a little hope for Sirens, but after this next round, after being 2-8, you have to win 2 more rounds to make it somewhat winnable. But
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know
7-4
how you can
is not a
handle
bad
this.
scoreline to end off with on the map, but it's still a lot of still a lot of maps to actually have to like recover by. Asterisk really sitting comfortably with this 7-round lead at the moment, but unfortunately we're gonna have to face the music here real quick, and while everything is just being fixed up at the moment, we'll give you guys time to get some good stretch, get some good hydration going on, have some chai, have something to eat as well. But right now we'll be heading in towards a 5-minute break and see if we can be able to grab all these players back into one lobby again and get the game continued for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, hopefully soon. See you guys in a bit.
massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Armenas, head of Reloader. We love gaming, we live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
And we are back in the game. It is going to be about to commence. And Shiba, I believe you have some news for us from the admins.
Yeah, some not so good news, unfortunately. I mean, we're getting into action quickly, but unfortunately, due to not being able to recover some recoveries from the disconnects, Sirens are forced to play in a 4 versus 5. Shreya is unable to rejoin the game right now, and so Sirens have agreed. This isn't like a forced thing. Because they can't make an ETA and they'd rather just finish the game, Asterisk and Sirens have both agreed. Oh my goodness, Twirly, hold on. Those 2 shots were gross, actually. I felt a tingle with those. Anyway, yeah, because of that, they're going to be forced to play in a 4 versus 5, and so that's how the match is going to be until, you know, if Shreya comes back, brilliant. If not, that's just how it's going to be. You feel for Sirens, but maybe they just like taking the high road. I mean, they were already in a really difficult situation, and Twirly ended off in style at least.
Well,
yeah,
triple kill now for Twirly. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's so done with it.
Oh, it's just over. But honestly, Twirly.
Okay, man. What is happening here? I mean, it's 4v5. Like the game's basically over. But hey, there's always hope.
I feel bad for Sirens, man.
Shreya comes back and things go well.
Shreya's reconnected.
Wait! Oh my goodness, let's go. Wait, are we so back, Dixie? This is best time.
This might be it. This might be it. This might be the comeback that
oh my god,
Sirens need.
Oh wait, no, Sirens forced. No, they have to eco again. Oh, this is probably going to be a 9-3 half. Oh man. Well, hopefully there's a chance here. Sheriff's a sheriff. You know, if you're a sheriff demon, you could do something. That being said, Elu will make the head start not so prominent here. Ravenclaw will go down first, and such a natural hell to do something. But Elu's just running down the site like she's Rambo, man.
Oh, Shreya's back to being disconnected. That's being unfortunate, and that's the last player standing, just parked up towards spawn once again.
Sometimes when you spam all chat AFK, usually it's troll, but I don't think Sirens want to be trolling with that, you know.
I mean, like, what can you do, right? What can you do in like a 4v5 scenario, right? But you can play opt out without the breach. You know, just make it equal because both teams will be just out of a flash in general. But then again, you're gonna have to play either like a 1-2-1 split in a 4v5. Just pray that Asterisk make one mistake and just cost somebody, take someone's head out. But even then, like, even with this round in particular, they do have a lot of ultimates available now. For every single player of the team here. I guess just pray that someone falls off the map, but again, we'll have to see on how everything goes because it is going to be a two-person flank towards that side. Ravenclaw does find one. That's a huge one for Amy. Oof, Elo does take Tanisha down. But here's one huge one for Swing for Ravenclaw. Does find the second one. Makes it a 4v2.
Asterisk Device going to close out soon
here
as well.
for the side of Sirens to actually take one
Oh
out
no,
towards the
it's
board. Make
backfiring!
it 9-3 cars. No! Makes it a 2v2.
Ravenclaw, please!
Oh,
Pull some magic!
it is
Remaining.
Does
Oh,
find one. A quad
Ravenclaw.
here for huge. Oh, twirly.
No!
Crushing our
Nice
dreams
try,
into a
Raven!
huge
Oh my
clutch.
gosh!
But
No.
no.
He almost fell off the map! That was so
It's just
funny.
gonna be ending up towards a triple kill as well. What are we stat padding here, Asterisk?
Ravenclaw, man! That was clean. Those shots were good. Unlucky. With the next half coming in, pissed around here now. It's going to be up to Asterisk to effectively just kind of seal the deal cleanly, execute it. Oh yeah, very, very insane one tap there, Frelly. Great job, production. Beautiful one tap. We love the clean one taps.
Again.
Recovering it.
There might be a chance here for. Oh, Shreya's back. Is she back? Oh no, they're not back. I was hopeful. Their ping was a
We'll have
30.
to. You know, sometimes like a slight reconnect doesn't mean they're fully back. Like sometimes the internet will like fluctuate in and out. That happens to me sometimes. I'm from a whole different continent, and I feel Streya's pain, right?
Only does find Ravenclaw to start things off. Second one to Nicole. Really solid towards those headshots. Again, not favorable for not favorable for Sirens at the moment. Rocking a 2v5. Still gonna have to be pretty careful there. Oh, Casper. One out there onto Natural. Again, it's not gonna be down to Shiba.
Last player.
Rocking that PRX Classic.
To me?
Good enough to
I'm not
get
playing.
one, but not the other.
He says all up to Shiba. I'm not playing Dixie. I can play. I'm not good enough.
Oh wait, even Caster is having DC issues right now. That's not... Okay.
What's worse, an internet DC or a brain DC? I think I prefer internet personally.
We're out of it.
We are.
I'm out of it.
We
It's
are.
currently
Unfortunately, like
almost
the
11 PM for
seriousness
me,
and the
so-
stakes of the game have been kind of thrown away since it's a 4v3 and it's already running really strong. The thing is though, like, despite that, Twirly and Casper have actually been popping off. Like, they've been hitting shots. Have to respect it.
Be faster.
Oh, Ravenclaw still gets one on Twirly. Meow going in for that trade, but it's now a 2v4. Amy does find one, but not able to capitalize that on the kill. Shreya
Two.
gonna be taken down by
That's a
Casper as
winnable
well.
scenario,
So now gonna
sorry.
be down to 1v3.
They're both running down mid. I think Nicole hears it. Paranoia's thrown out, but they're not ready for Meow. They're not ready for her, and that's just the nail of the coffin there. It's gonna be 12 for Asterisk. Match point. Series point now.
Oh, we're gonna make a hype towards this match point round. Oh, now Elo has disconnected. It is now equal ground. It's now a 4v4.
Yeah!
Let's go.
The thing is, look, you
Okay,
could say,
Elo-
like, oh my god, Astra, you know, why aren't Asterisk getting a DC as well? Like, nah, come on. It's not their fault. They shouldn't lose off it. It'd be funny, though. Imagine. I mean, Elo disconnecting was probably like an actual lag thing, considering that she has 150 ping.
Now we're gonna have to just have the look, right? Because they do. Asterisk does have a duelist available towards their side. Well, missing a duelist actually. With Sirens, they do have Ravenclaw, who has just currently just been popping off, making the most out of their situation at the moment. Again, 1 minute 20. Spike currently being parked up towards a Ravenclaw, starting to just have a good peek on towards where Casper could be possibly in towards Haven. But again, Meow does have the info that it's currently a 2 spot here towards that main A side. Elu has now been reconnected. Now starting to move as well.
Back.
We're now back to a 5v4, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, she doesn't have
50 seconds remaining on the clock,
to use, though,
however.
like no weapons or anything. She could probably pick up from Meow if she chose to drop it to her. But Twirly is
Double kill by
showing no
Twirly.
mercy there. Clean 2-piece from Twirly. By far their best map, generally just being really consistent in this series. Polly with a third as well.
Twirly.
30 seconds left.
Twirly with a triple
there
kill.
from Sirens,
Going in
though.
for the swing.
Very
Oh,
cool
shut
signal,
down by Ravenclaw, making it a 1v2 now. Gonna be down to Elu.
Ravenclaw.
Just freshly
Come on,
reconnected,
get the
down
clutch.
to Amy as
No!
well. Oh,
She didn't check the
no,
close right.
that
It's
is
so
going to be
over.
a GG.
GG.
Asterisk
is
does
Asterisk.
take the whole
seconds left.
spot, heading towards grand finals as well. But gonna be sending down
Tragically
Sirens
anticlimactic.
towards
Yeah.
the lower bracket.
Defenders win.
Amy ending it with a
gonna be the
knife.
series.
13-2. Asterisk. Another landslide win for map 3 on towards Abyss. All be damned, it's just natural disasters in regards to just the servers, but
It's just unfortunate.
Again.
man. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Kudos
else
to
to
Asterisk,
say. I
though.
think we can say Asterisk, before all that disconnect from stuff was happening, they did play this really, really well. They were very much the dominant force. They were going to be 8-2 up in this regardless. It might not really made a difference anyway. It's a shame that it's anticlimactic regardless. Unfortunately, Sirens couldn't end it with the full force that they could throw. Regardless of that, a deserving win for Asterisk. They did still play the series very, very well, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd win the map anyway. So congrats to Asterisk. They've confirmed themselves now as top 3 in this tournament. They're going to be in the winners bracket finals here to face the winner of our next match in 1HP and Jennifer Lopez. It's still a crazy team name, but hey, with that, Sirens are aren't knocked out. They're going to be going down to the losers bracket, where unfortunately the road's going to be a little rockier from here. Hopefully we'll come back, maybe even in the losers bracket final, because that was definitely potential considering they took us to map 3. I think Sirens are definitely a team that's capable if they do well on the day, so we'll have to wait and see on how that will change up. But regardless of that, generally speaking, I'd say the common consensus here is that although Sirens were a little bit sloppy in some positioning and timing works, they were generally really good in some mechanical modes of winning their gunfights, and some individual times they were doing very, very well. Ravenclaw really came into her own in the last 2 maps as well, so it's good to see that come back as well. But Asterisk by far the stronger force, and map 1 and 3, Farley and Casper again showing up massively like they did on Haven. As it did from one of the strongest GC teams in the region, making it through and pushing ahead to make themselves a candidate for top 2.
again, it's just unfortunate, right? But we do see that it's not all because of all the tech pauses, the disconnects that that Sirens was just like hanging back. It was. I think that once they figured out like what they need to work on, I think that Sirens is a really solid team to actually go for contenders in regards towards the game changer scene as well. Jennifer Lopez and 1HP, both strong teams as well. I believe 1HP was able to get through to a very competitive 3-map slugfest. From the series that I casted with Puff Bob.
They had a really dominant reverse sweep from what I remember. I'm pretty they lost Corrode map 1 and then they stomped the last 2 maps from what I remember.
Yeah, and
13-3, something like that.
Yeah, it was a very it was a very sluggy one to watch. I think like it's just like a wake up call from like 1HP, and then you're like, you know what? Undertaker mode, just choke slam everybody left, right, and center. Just take your frags and having a good one. I'm excited for you as well. You're gonna be able to witness that kind of a banger from that kind of banger team as well. I heard rumblings of Jennifer Lopez being one of the massive contenders as well for the scene. So 1HP versus Jennifer Lopez is definitely one to watch out for. Manifesting 0 DCs and 0 natural disasters like earthquakes coming in towards the
I hope
the servers at the moment. But
that's what's happening.
Sirens.
Earthquakes. Is that what's happening?
Yes,
actually,
there were ones. In that same series as well with 1HP versus Spike Sirens. I believe.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I hope they were safe. Are they okay? I hope they're safe. Oh my god. It's crazy. I didn't know about that. Wow.
Producer actually just like choked up a bit and then says that it was like a 9.5, but apparently it was just like a 5.9. But still, I don't think it's an earthquake. But okay, I hope they're all right over there. It was just really hilarious. But enough about natural disasters and unfortunate timings. Let's head towards the stats. 10 first kills, 11 pulse plants. And
that's really
ACS average off the board.
It's still not the most accurate because you consider it was 5v4 for like a good third of the last map. But hey, we'll take it anyway.
I believe
yeah.
I believe the Astra is going to be taking a whole lot of stats towards their side as well. I think the ACS, if I'm not mistaken, is reaching about the 400s, which is the last time I've heard about a 400 ACS was I believe in GC Championships with Crew Blaze. And that was the last time I've heard like an ACS touching around 400 towards that side as well. Yeah,
Twirly's
yep.
Twirly is a force.
Yeah, Twirly's just popping off. Someone's gonna be looking at their VLR and straight away gonna be like getting an approve on their LFTs. Should they choose to just
Twirly
pop that one?
Yep. That was a really strong performance. And I mean, you also have to talk about Casper as well. Casper also played really, really well, 17 and 4.
That's
and I do believe most of these kills were from the majority of the match where it was 5v5, right? And also the post plants, although it might be inflated, still was actually really high for Asterisk, and that's partly because of their comp and how well they played around the comp. Really disciplined. That's the discipline that wins you games. Like, massively well done from Asterisk. They knew how to play this Astro comp, and that's what I'm happy about, because I thought they didn't. I was a little scared, you know? At tier 3, it's difficult to fully gauge how the Astro can be played, but, I mean, Asterisk just did really good with it. The moment they got that plant down, the moment they got secure, they were fine. They were absolutely right as rain. And that's what gave a good lead before, the incident happened.
Well, it's just going to be a huge one as well, and obviously MVP once again it's going to be heading in towards Twirly.
3.29 KD. Oh my god.
3.29.
All right, man.
With that KD, I mean, it shows as well. Like they have three kills per round as soon as it falls through, and even then, just to like tap off with a knife kill, and towards the tail end of the game. But again, it shows that it is going to be a very huge matchup coming in towards the lower bracket as well for Sirens, and Asterisk is going to be still the one of the teams to watch out for and to look out for as well. But that is the end of Asterisk versus Sirens. Asterisk convincingly, and if not, had a double landslide of best of 3 going in towards their favor. But tournament's not off just yet. Up next is going to be 1HP versus Jennifer Lopez. I believe I'll be replaced by another caster as well, but apart from that, Shiba, thank you so much for having me as one of your co-casters as well. Hope you're doing well and hope you enjoyed this one. But for the rest of you guys and the audience as well, gives you a good chance to grab some more hydration, grab some more food, grab some more snacks if you will, because when we come back, it is going to be one of the anticipated matches of the tournament in 1HP versus Jennifer Lopez. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Baby,
is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved. Rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
I'm gonna play, but baby you should do whatever you need to erase me. Baby, you should do whatever you need to erase
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's reloaded. Things are just starting.
Gaming is massive. is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro, from small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming, we live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved, rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.